May I request the officials of the department to come closer? I know it's a roundtable discussion, but it does not mean you must sit far. Can we come closer, including stakeholders who are seated on my far right, so that the late ones can sit at the back? You were early, so you need to come closer. I think we should start so that we save some time. Good morning to our stakeholders, those that have arrived early, and good morning to officials from the department, good morning to officials from the legislature, good morning to our technical support as well. Good morning, honorable members, Member Glovu, Member Mudise, Missy Mbali Hlope, Member Adams. Today we are having a roundtable discussion. The roundtable discussion is on the Grandin Aid funding that the department makes available to our stakeholders in both the arts and culture as well as the sports sectors. But before we proceed, allow me to clear the precinct of Silver Star. I don't know the name of this hall, you'll bear with me. But let me just declare the precinct of Silver Star. It does not include the gambling site. Only the hall that you are in, as per the rules, the standing rules of the legislature, Rule 56, read together with Sub-Rule 1 and Sub-Rule 2, that where the legislature is having a session outside the precinct of the legislature, the presiding officer, which happens to be the chair, must officially declare the venue as the precinct of the legislature for the duration of that particular meeting. It therefore means stakeholders and honorable members, the rules of the legislature is applicable for the duration of this particular meeting. So your behavior in this particular meeting must be in order and follow the prescribed of the standing rules of the legislature. Thank you so much, stakeholders, for availing yourself. I know that there are those that will be joining us late due to transport challenges, but they will join us along the way. MEC and members, we are expecting 50 selected stakeholders. I needed to also clarify that before we proceed. Because of the lockdown regulations, we then identified 50 stakeholders to come and join us in this particular roundtable discussion, precisely for us to be able to discuss how we can improve on the granting aid funding that the department makes available. I know that there are stakeholders who have been communicating with my staff. Some of them, they did not use quite good words towards my staff, which is totally unacceptable, even though my staff tried to explain to them that the roundtable discussion is per invite, but those that could not make it to this particular roundtable discussion, they can log in into our GPL YouTube because of we are live, as well as our Facebook. Why did I wanted to say FNB? This thing of being broke. Also on our Facebook channel, we are also live there. They can log in there and follow us live from those two channels. Maybe before I proceed, let me also record the apologies that I've received. But before then, we are also joined by the youth coordinator from Runway City Local Municipality. We seated there at the back because we are in the West End. You are welcome, that is Fiso, and thanks for making time to join us to come and represent the interest of young people in the West End. We are in your corridor, and we are hopeful that you will also make an input related to interest of young people when it relates to arts and culture as well as sports. I'm aware that you are also joined by Ntate Tau, who happens to be an activist when it comes to youth affairs. In terms of apologies, honorable members, I've got an apology of member Chabalala, the famous Honorable Chabalala, who will join the meeting a bit late. He started somewhere on party political business. Member More will not be able to join us due to party engagement. We've got a standing apology of Honorable Mnisi, whom we used to call Honorable Masemola. She's on sick leave until August. Member Azwi as well will not be able to join us. And Honorable Letsoalo, who's off sick as well. Those are our apologies. Can I allow members to adopt them?
Adopted, Chair.
Thanks, Honorable Adams, as well as Honorable Ndlovu. We will then move to item 3. I hope that all of us, we've got an agenda in front of us to quickly outline the purpose of our discussion, roundtable discussion today. We are here, stakeholders, to have an engagement with yourselves with regard to the granting aid relief funding that you will know the grant. Why am I saying relief funding? This thing of Member Chavala. The grant that the department makes available to yourselves as stakeholders for both sports and arts and culture. This roundtable derives itself from what we call the focus intervention study that we will have identified as part of our annual report for 2020 to 2021 financial year. We had concluded on our annual report, and outside of our engagement with regard to the annual report, we then identified that we need to have a focused intervention study of which its report will be tabled before the House sitting, so that we are able to then assist the department to look at areas where they can be able to improve in terms of the granting aid that they make available to our stakeholders. I must also indicate that normally through the sector oversight model that is being adopted by the legislature, normally our focused intervention study will mainly focus on areas where we feel as a legislature that the department is not doing well. But this time around, I must indicate, Ms. Klope, that we've identified a topic as a committee that we feel that the department is doing well, but there is an opportunity for improvement, especially with regard to the application for those that are applicants, as well as the monitoring and evaluation of the funds that we disperse to our beneficiaries, which are our stakeholders. Hence, we then identify this particular focused intervention study, not necessarily to deal with areas where we feel the department is not doing well, but to focus on an area that we feel that the department here is doing absolutely well. But this is a continuation, MEC and senior officials from the department. It's a continuation of our discussion that we held in Pretoria in March 2020, MEC, if you can recall. In that discussion, we had then requested the department to look at the money that the department makes available for the granting aid. Because of, I am aware, HOD and your team, that you are implementing a strategy that was adopted in 2007 as it refers to the granting aid. And over the years, I mean, if you recall, 2007 up until 2021, it's almost 14 years. and that strategy has not been revised to speak to the current challenges that our stakeholders, both in the arts and culture and sports, will have been faced with. Hence, we wanted us to have this particular engagement. You've sent us documents, we've went through them, and that the acting chief director, we've realized that that strategy that you sent us to us, it was last updated during the time of MEC Barbara Creasy, which was in 2007. So it's important that we must get our stakeholders to also have an engagement on that particular strategy, as well as to making sure that we align it to the current challenges that the country, as well as the province, is faced with regard to this COVID-19, because we are expecting that this department will be the relevant department to really respond to the challenges that are faced by both our arts and culture and sports people, to respond to their challenges of COVID-19. Therefore, the granting aid must also be aligned to that realities. So that's the reason why we then requested that we must have this round table discussion. Stakeholders will be given an opportunity to engage, because of it's a discussion, to engage on what the department will be presenting before yourself, to really engage the MEC and her team on how we improve on the current program under program 3 of the department. But I must also record this so that you are aware of. Today we are not discussing the relief funding. I must make it very clear. Our discussion today is not aligned to the relief funding. I know that there was a huge misunderstanding that went out from one of our members who has not arrived yet, Member Chabalala, with regard to the processes that led to the relief funding. And I'm happy, MEC, that we have managed to clarify that during your interview sessions that we have with different media houses. But it's also important that we must also clarify to our stakeholders here today that there's no way, stakeholders, that this committee will in any way allow the department to make funds available to our agencies, those funds that are not aligned to the priorities of the department. I'm raising this because of that misinformation projected as if the department had transferred an amount of 16.2 million to 2 agencies as their administration cost. The MEC has tried today, and I know that in her opening remarks will also clarify this part. She has clarified from yesterday, even this morning, to clarify that Member Chabalala misread, and I want to put it on record, misread the response from the MEC's office that was sent to him as a response to his question, because the rules of the legislature allows that members outside this particular committee can ask the department to respond to questions that are related to the department. He misread the response from the department that outlined how the money was dispersed to our beneficiaries. What he thought could have transpired, he thought the department dispersed 13.2 million, but paid 2 service providers 16.2 million. I think I think all of us, we must agree that it really does not make sense. There's no way that us knowing the MEC and what she would have been trying to do since she joined this department in 2019 to really transform this department, will have allowed that process to proceed with the department sending such a huge amount of money to those 2 agencies that really assisted. And we must thank them because the department does not really have capacity, HOD, to have dealt with that huge responsibility of adjudicating, making funds available to our beneficiaries. And one of the things that we must also appreciate as people of this particular province is that there's no way that the department can have all the monies in this world to give each and every applicant money in terms of this relief. We never expected that in 2020 we are going to have a pandemic of COVID-19 magnitude. We never planned for it, but at least through the MEC, through the minister and through the officials of this department, they managed to make sure that about 25 or 28 million, as they presented to this particular committee, and we approved that reallocation. At least we allocate something towards our stakeholders to receive that 6,000. To others, they might be thinking 6,000 is not a lot of money, but we all know that currently there are those who are receiving 350 rand. But at least within our sector, the MEC managed to make sure that she makes 6,000 available. There are those that are questioning the 6,000. The relief is not meant to replace your income. It's meant to give you that relief, and it's an appreciation from government that at least as a government we are making something available to our stakeholders. And we've encouraged the MEC that continuously in our budget allocation together with the HOD and the CFO, they need to make sure that we support our sectors, especially the arts and culture sector, because it's the most affected sector. You have not been having gigs for a number of months now, and it has really affected those who are producers and those who are artists within that particular sector. We have asked her and we've pleaded with her that we are going to only approve the department budget if only she increases on events that will be supported by the department, because that's the only way for our sector to recover from COVID-19. So we've pleaded with her to make sure that she makes funds available. I know that this department is one of the most underfunded departments in the province, but we said she must look within the department to make sure that when she comes before this committee, she's going to make sure that events are supported both from the arts and culture as well as the sports and recreation sectors, so that our artists, our athletes can be able to start recovering from this pandemic, because truth be told, our sectors have been one of the most affected sectors. So I thought I must just clarify that misinformation that Member Chabalala sent out, but we are still going to attend to that particular issue. Myself as the chair of this committee as well as the MEC, because within the structures of the legislature, we have what we call the ethics committee, that we strongly feel as a committee that Member Chabalala really need to appear before the ethics committee, because these stakeholders and members, it's not the first time that it happens. And I've said it yesterday and I'm going to say it here. We don't want a situation where our MEC or the department will be projected as people who are participating in any corrupt activities, when we know that David Makura, our premier, did not make a mistake when she appointed her to be the MEC of this particular department. And at all material times, when we know that she's right and when we are right, we are going to make sure that we defend her on those particular issues. I thought I must just outline those particular issues. I'm going to then hand over to the MEC just to introduce the items that the department will be presenting and make a political input. From there on, she will then indicate the official relevant to give us that particular presentation. And I'm really pleading with you, stakeholders, let's make this roundtable discussion a real discussion. Make your inputs on how we improve on the current granting aid funding that is available, so that we are able to then move to another program, understanding that we will have dealt with the challenges that relates to the granting aid. This has nothing to do with relief funding, I'm repeating. This has nothing to do with events within the department, but precisely on the granting aid funding. Over to you, MEC.
Thank you. Thank you. Ngibonge Sihlalo, and for the comments that you've been able to speak to, because one had thought Member Shabalala would be here today, so that we are able to clarify him because it is quite evident that not only does he suffer from reading, mathematics is also an issue. And one indicates this not with arrogance, but with the deepest humility, because it's not the first time that Member Shabalala does this to the organization. We all know that there was the big Dr. Dumi story that came up. Member Shabalala was behind that. There was the issue about the department wasting funds on virtual events. Member Shabalala was equally behind it. So we have taken a stance that it's about time we act, because it is quite evident that the approach that we take with individuals, thinking that releasing a statement is good enough, is not sufficient. Ngoba, I understand that when you release false information, one, it goes against the oath that we have all taken to act with integrity. But beyond that is that you create unnecessary anger amongst individuals, particularly in a sector that is this affected by the COVID pandemic. So it can't be correct, because we are in a situation now where you need all critical stakeholders to be working together, from the legislature, from government, from society, and so forth. We all know the wrong things that are taking place, but you don't want to fuel that fire when we should be working together to find solutions. So it's unfortunate that he's not here, but quite typical of him, ngoba ikwala. He decided not to come and face up to the truth. We will, however, be acting accordingly to make sure that we take him to the Ethics Committee, further reporting to the Integrity Commissioner, and still go the legal route, because it is time that something is done. And we don't just end with him. We'll be doing the same thing to the lazy journalists who degrade the profession of journalism by not doing their own scrutiny of the information they are given. You can't take one side of a story and write only on that. When they deny the department an opportunity to respond, nor do they even bother to look at the responses that we have submitted to the legislature. So we felt that it was about time that we act, because it is quite apparent that if these things are left unchallenged, they will continue. And it's unfortunate that individuals want to do this at a time when we should all be coming closer. I thought we should give that preamble, Chair, because it also speaks to the commitment that the department has towards the sectors. COVID has hit people terribly. Gobi. And we don't in any case undermine the difficulties that the sector has had to undergo. If you look at the grant, at the relief fund that we had made available, we had different phases to it, because we had to make sure that we try to cover as many people as possible. And so ultimately, as you indicate, we're able to give 3,000 people that 6,000 rand. It may sound like it's not much, but the people we were focusing on is not that which National was focusing on, because the National was focusing on those that are formalized, that are recognized, your big artists and so forth. But we had an appreciation that we exist in a province where you've got a lot of individuals within the sector that do developmental work within our communities. And those, some of them are not registered, and they don't treat themselves as registered businesses. So you can't have them suffer because they are not registered. And that's why we had to then look at that bracket as the people that we consider the missing middle, or individuals that are falling through the cracks. So that is what we focused on, because we felt it critical that we be able to assist them. Of course, we wish that we had more funds, but we were able to cover those. And it was a thorough process that we needed to go. But because of the individuals we're focusing on, we needed some form of documentation, because the risk was also that you could get individuals about I'm an artist or I'm a sports individual when they are not, because that's the individuals we were targeting. So we had to put measures in place so that Sutolama documents to indicate that indeed you are who you say you are and you do the work that you do. So we've been able to do that, and that is just one component of the assistance that we provide. The one that we are here for today is our grant and aid, equally a critical fund that is for yourselves as individuals, as organizations to be able to apply for. Uchairperson correct ukuthi that policy is outdated, and we hope that this session will assist us. How can we improve on that policy, importantly, because we do need to update it. In its current format, it's outdated. So, kumele siyibhekele policy ukuthi what are the areas of improvement that we ought to bring to it? I know there was an issue that was also raised the last time about the funds that we need to increase and so forth. We have said as a department that that is a commitment that we are going to look into. However, I must indicate that we may not be able to stretch it as far as we would like to, because colleagues know we are one of the departments, in fact, we are the departments that has the lowest budget. But we would try to stretch our monies as much as possible. So we are looking into that as also an avenue to ensure that we increase even the grant and aid funding for both sports and for arts individuals that it must cater to. But we are looking forward to a fruitful engagement with yourselves, honest, especially those, if you have applied previously, you've not gotten brief, give us that information. Because at least when you inform us, we're able to then act and do something when we get back and we deal with the officials who have to work on this, who have this important task to do the work regarding the grant. So where you have picked up what there's challenges, maybe they don't phone you back and so forth, indicate that. Because I know even one of the colleagues had come here before we started the session to indicate what I applied before, I was not given a response and so forth. So let's hear that. We really want a frank discussion. We're not afraid of criticism. In fact, we do believe that we learn from criticism. So that too is equally welcomed. But we look forward to a good session, Chairman Nyabo.
I thought, MEC, you were going to invite the official responsible for the presentation.
Yes. So the HOD will guide us then, who will present on our behalf.
Morning, Chairperson, MEC, and honorable members and colleagues at large. Our acting CFO will take us through the presentation on granting aid.
Good morning, Chairperson of the Portfolio Committee, honorable members, MEC, HOD, my colleagues, and all our stakeholders. Chair, I'm going to present on the granting aid and the processes that we follow to award the granting aids within the department. My name, Chair, is Umpiketsi Mafura. I am the Acting Chief Financial Officer of the department. Chair, one of the things that we will be touching on today, we will deal with the background of granting aid. We will not go into too much details, Chair. I think, Chair, and the MEC, you have been able to cover some of the background, the policies and the acts that support this august work that we do, the standard operating procedures. We'll also deal with the capacity that we have within the department that addresses this process. Our APP targets, we will tell you how much or what is it that we are targeting. The key annual activities relating to this process. We'll then attend to the funding models, some of the challenges that we are faced with, how we intend to resolve those challenges, and then we will conclude, Chair. Chair, this is just a preamble. Our presentation, we hope that it's a preamble that will ignite the discussions of today's gathering. Chair, the granting aid is a statutory body. It's a subunit within the Directorate of Cultural Affairs. It is led by the Acting Chief Director, Ndate Shane Maja. The main output of this unit is to manage the grants and aid applications as well as the funding to all eligible individuals, but also legal entities. Our objective is to provide financial support to all persons or entities within the province of Gauteng that seek to address the priorities which we will promote in the sectors of sports, recreation, arts, and culture. And perhaps, Chair, one must mention some of the various funding processes that we have within the department. We've got what we call the major events. Major events is a funding process. It's not the same as granting aid. It's a separate process. So major events is one of those that would have closed on the 30th of April. And you will see that the application and the advert for granting aid is out, and that is closing by the end of this month. So these are two separate issues. We also have a funding project, and I think, Chair, at a given time we can elaborate on some of these processes. That is called the bidding and hosting, and that is the process that is handled at the level of the MECs and the executives. So I'm mentioning all these different granting or funding opportunities within the department, and all of them have got different processes. But today, in the main, we are focusing on the granting aid. So the unit serves as a secretariat to the two committees that assist us with the granting aid, and that is the Gauteng Arts and Culture Council, but also the Gauteng Sports Adjudication Council. So if you talk about the committees that assist us in the process of facilitating the granting aid, these are the two committees that are there in terms of our policies and legislative frameworks. So I'm going to talk to the standard operating procedures that we follow in ensuring that we award the granting aid. And this speaks to the financial processes, but not also financial processes, but the governance processes that we have put in place to ensure that in all that we do, we remain compliant and all our things are above the board as it is required by Section 217 of the Constitution. One of the things, Chair, that we do, we issue out an advert, which is a requirement that we have set in terms of our procedures, where we call for proposals on an annual basis for people to apply in terms of the requirements of granting aids. And you will see, Chair, that the advert will tell you what are the criteria, when are we closing, and all of these things that are required in terms of the advert. Where should you submit your applications, your proposals? The advert will give that detailed information for our stakeholders to be able to apply. One of the things, Chair, you will see that we run the granting aid on an annual basis. And Chair, to your point and to the MEC's point, that some of these policy discussions, we need to start dealing with them. We are indeed looking at whether do we have this, do we continue to have this on an annual basis, or do we spread it across the year? And I think there is more competent people across this venue that will be able to guide us going forward. One of the things, Chair, that we also do, we do on an annual basis, we do a roadshow. And the aim of this roadshow is that we invite participants to share and capacitate them in terms of the application processes. And this is something, Chair, that we do on an annual basis. You will see, Chair, that given the past year, including this year, and the pandemic that we are all faced with, this might not have been to the capacity that we would normally do, but we do. It's part of the process that we need to take when we deal with these processes. One of the things, Chair, as soon as we have the closing date has happened and we have received the application, and maybe I need to spend time about the closing date and the application. So in the advert, we will mention when is the advert closing and what is the time when the advert is closing. We do not take, as soon as that time has expired or the time has reached that time, we will not take your applications. No matter how you deal with it, we will not take your applications. We have and we continue to strengthen our controls around this issue. If we say that the closing date for the granting aid is the 31st of June at 16 hours, it's 16 hours our time, not the time of the applicant. So you can't come and say, no, my watch says it's still 2 minutes to 16 hours. It's 16 hours our time. Once we declare that it's 16 hours, it is 16 hours in terms of the South African Standard Time, and then we will close the granting aid. And we will not accept any application that comes in a minute later than that time. This is to ensure that we are transparent, but also we ensure fairness in the process. You also cannot send your applications or your proposals to any of our officials. It will not work, colleagues. Most of our officials don't even have to handle this process. It is handled by a unit. In fact, maybe I shouldn't mention that unit because I might make them very famous, Chair, and they might have problems. But there is a unit that handles the applications once they are closed within the department, and most of us are not involved in that process. In terms of the adjudication, or you can call it the evaluation of the granting aid, one of the things that we do, we submit the memo where we propose the adjudication committee members, and we have also spoken to the assistant that we receive from the 2 committees that I have mentioned. This memo will go to our accounting officer, who is the HOD, but also to the MEC for approval. We will then go and set what is the procedure that we are going to follow in terms of our adjudication, the dates and the venue where the committee members will meet. We will arrange and administer the adjudication procedures. We will ensure that there are people who will take the minutes. This is to ensure that everything that we do is recorded and documented. Once the committee is done, they then do a process of recommendation of awards, who needs to be awarded the various awards, and that is dealt with through the office of the HOD and ultimately the office of the MEC in terms of the awards. Once we have dealt with the awarding of the granting aid, this is up to so far, all these things are internal processes. Once the outcome is known to all of us, we will then announce who has been awarded the granting aid in terms of the outcome of the adjudication process. And this will most of the time be published in our website in terms of those that have been awarded. We don't publish who has applied, we only publish those that have been awarded. You will also find this information in our annual report and our annual financial statements. The approval and the regret letters, we do correspond. Where people have applied as a courtesy, we will send letters to say, those that did not make it, we give them letters to say, you have not been able to make it. And in terms of Paja, if there is anyone who wants to know why they did not make it, they can send a request to the accounting officer, being the HOD, where then we will make information available to that individual in terms of, and please stakeholders, not organizations. When we deal with applications, you can't have an organization say, can you give us reasons why people didn't make it? We need the individuals themselves sending an application in terms of Paja to the accounting officer requesting, why didn't I make it? And that information will be made available to you. The granting aid workshop, once we have dealt with the communication and correspondences, those who have been successful, we will ask them to come in. We will then talk to them in terms of the service level agreement that we need to enter between ourselves and them. Our legal unit will take them through the clauses of the service level agreement. Our granting aid team will take them through how to deal with the issues of finance and also the issues of monitoring and evaluation. And one of the things that the chairperson of this portfolio committee has emphasized in our portfolio committee on Saturday is the issue of monitoring and evaluation, and we are re-looking at that issue, and it's an issue that, or it's a matter that we wish to strengthen going forward. Once we have done this, we will distribute the SLAs to the various or to the individuals that have been awarded, and they must sign the service level agreement, and those service level agreements are submitted back to ourselves. That only when the service level agreement has been signed off by the accounting officer and also signed off by the recipient or the beneficiary of the grant can we then start with the disbursements of the grant. In that instance, what we will do, your documents must be submitted to the finance unit, and I will talk a little when I get to the criteria about what documents are required there. We will then do the payments. Payments are almost immediate if your documents are in order. Payments are almost immediate, and they will be then done within in the next run. We usually request that when you do receive the payment, you send us the letter or you send us the bank confirmation that your payment has been done. Chair, if you allow me, Chairperson and honorable members, to just speak a little on the monitoring and evaluation processes. One of the things that we do is to ensure that the projects that we find are indeed implemented as proposed in the proposal, but also as agreed in the service level agreement. We are in a process, Chair, of looking at our monitoring and evaluation unit. We will ensure going forward, Chair, that whatever it is that has been put in the proposal, we will have to make sure that our grant, there is value for money in terms of monitoring and evaluation. Once the awarded beneficiaries have received their awards, they need to give us the reports, and we receive these reports on a quarterly basis. Usually when we provide funding for granting aid, it is for an event or an activity. Therefore, it might be just one report, but if it is for multiple events or for multiple activities, we will then require that on a quarterly basis, you give us a progress report in terms of how far you are. We use this for the purposes of audit in terms of our Auditor General processes. The Granting Aid Committee, I've already spoken to this, honorable members and Chair. Now, if I may talk about the granting aid in terms of the capacity that we have, we do have the granting aid in sports. We also have granting aid in arts and culture. And if you look at it, there is about 4 officials in those units. We believe that is capacity that is sufficient to deal with these matters. But as I will allude to later on, that some of the issues that we've had is the issues of vacancies, vacancy rates that might need to be attended to urgently to assist with this. Our target, Chairperson, in terms of the APP, we're targeting to support 60 organizations or individuals through the granting aid processes. 30 will come from arts and culture, and 30 will come from sports and recreation. The total budget that we have budgeted for this process is 4 million rand, and this is one of the issues, Chair, that our MEC has raised with us, especially with us who are in finance. She has raised it sharply with us that we need to find money somewhere within the limited resources that we have to ensure that we increase this process going forward. Chair, I've already alluded to the fact that we have already issued the granting aid advert. It is closing on the 31st of this month at 16 hours, no later than that. And we have also issued the one for major events, which has already closed on the 30th of April. Pardon me, Chair. Chair, if I might talk about the funding model, talking about the approval, the criteria, the approval, and the advert, and I've already spoken to the approval process and the advert. The only thing I will concentrate on in this slide, Chair, is to look at the issues of the criteria that we follow in terms of evaluating the beneficiaries. One of the things that we do, Chair, when we receive the proposals is what we call administrative compliance. I won't be able to mention all of them, Chair, but I will mention those that I can remember off the cuff. There are documents that are needed to be in the proposal. Those who apply must be registered in the central database of government. Whether you are an NPO, NGO, or you are a PTY Ltd, you need to be registered in the central database of government. When your tax matters are not in order, there is no negotiation or debate, you are immediately disqualified. We don't do business with people who break the law. When your tax matters are not in order, we don't negotiate, we will not continue any further. You need to also have a vendor number with the Gauteng, the Gauteng province. So you need to have a vendor number for the Gauteng province that helps us in terms of processing your payments going forward. All other documents will be depicted in the advert, and those mandatory documents are required, colleagues, in order for us to move forward with the evaluation. The project that touches on oversight of the department mandate and provincial strategic outcomes as advertised for each category will be considered. It is important that you understand when you do your proposal, what is our mandate, what is our objectives, and what are we trying to achieve, especially in terms of our strategic objective as depicted in our annual performance plan. Those are the areas that we focus on when we do our evaluation, and if there is any more questions, Chair, in regard to the evaluation criteria, my colleagues in Arts and Sport will also be able to assist me. Chair, I've already spoken to the approval and the advert. If I may talk to, I've also touched on the closing of the advert. I've spoken to the fact that there is a unit within the department. It works very closely with our CRO. The CRO is the Chief Risk Officer, but they also work very closely with the unit of internal audit. They are the ones who handle the closing of the advert. None of us as officials or even as executives can influence the process of the closing of the process. The capturing of the application is also dealt with by this unit. They will also do the preliminary screening in terms of the administrative evaluation. If they say to us they couldn't find your tax clearance certificate in the form, that's it. We don't debate, we move forward because we cannot influence the work that they do. The evaluation is handled, and we try, Chair, that within the 2 months after the closing date of the applications, we must have finalized the process. So if we close on the 31st of June, by the end of August, we should have everyone either having a letter of award or a letter of rejection in terms of our processes. Chair, I've spoken to the adjudication, the fact that we are assisted by the committees that I have mentioned earlier on. I've spoken to the approval of the recommendation that both the adjudication committee and the recommendations are approved by the accounting officer, but also by the MEC. We've spoken about the SLA and the letter of appointment. I've also spoken to the disbursement, what happens with the disbursements. As soon as the service level agreement is signed, we will be able to do the disbursement. I've spoken about what we need in as far as the closing reports and also the reports that we may need for continuous project in terms of work in progress on a quarterly basis. The lessons that we have learned over the years, Chair, of dealing with this process is the delay in the internal processes in terms of the granting aid, and we are reinforcing our internal process mechanisms to ensure that we need to address the issue of the delay within this process. We have also realized that most of the applicants have got challenges with their tax clearance certificates, their bank confirmation letters that also delay in terms of us being able to pay. We've also identified that there is issues of personnel, especially within the arts and culture and the organogram that I have reflected on earlier on, Chair, but this is largely as a result of the vacancies that we have within the department, and I will talk about what are some of the issues that we need to deal with. Chair, I've already spoken to some of the challenges internally and also externally, what challenges we are faced with. In terms of what we will be doing going forward, Chair, we intend to increase the capacity within the granting aid unit. Maybe, Chair, is not necessarily to increase, but it's to ensure that where we've got vacancies, those vacancies are attended to and dealt with immediately. We also, Chair, as directed by the MEC, are looking at itemized budget of each of our units with an effort or with a view of ultimately, if we can, Chair, within the limited resources that we have, to increase the budget of granting aid from 4 million rands to a specific amount where we will be able to touch more individuals and more entities going forward. Chair, we also are in a process of re-evaluating some of our committees to ensure that they are a reflection of our demographics, but also are a reflection of the community that we serve, so that when they participate in our adjudication processes, they are reflective of where we are as a department. Chairperson, I want to thank you very much.
Thank you so much, our Denzel Washington, because I see in that department, MEC, because there's arts, people are acting there. Got plenty of Denzel Washington, Hollywood stars there. So CFO, or rather acting CFO, thank you for the presentation. Ladies and gentlemen, I have been given a task to facilitate the Q&A session. And depending on the number of hands, I'll allocate time, that how long are you going to spend in engaging. And I hope you've been making notes, because we are not in a film festival where we're just going to speak and showing us how creative you are. Your engagement, your input, is going to be precisely based on the presentation that was made. If you remember earlier, the MEC made mention that she's of the view that the policy might be outdated. And if you saw when it was flighted, it's there, it says it was adopted in 2007. So don't be like Member Shabalala. Do proper maths and say 2007 to 2021, how many years in between? And I asked the MEC that next time she responds to Member Shabalala, she must be mindful of the Queen's language and probably remove words like inclusive. You know, because if you read the response of the MEC, genuinely read the response, the alleged 16 million and so on, it says this money inclusive of the money that or percentage that went to the service providers. But Member Shabalala thought maybe inclusive means something else, and then he went. And we're looking forward to engaging with him today. Unfortunately, for some reasons, he's not available, but he was available yesterday for the journalist. So I'm going to start this side, and I'm going to end here. So I'm going to start this side, I'm going to end here. So anyone here who wants to engage on everything that was presented, please raise your hand from this side. I'm going to come this way, and I'm going to end here. So the gentleman in the green cap, or you are a lady, I'm not sure, I can't see properly. It's a lady, it's a gentleman. You'll be number 1. You'll be followed by my sister next to the one in the red. You'll be number 2. You'll be number 3. You'll be number 4. You'll be number 5. You are number 6. I'm moving from here until behind Ntate Maja. So here. Anyone who wants to speak here? You'll be number 1, you'll be number 2, you'll be number, our chief. I thought you were from the department. I see you sitting next to Brashe there. Okay. You are number 3, you are number 4. Thank you. And then I'm moving from that table all the way to the back. So you are number 1. You on the, yeah, you are number 1. Next to you, you are number 2. You are number 3. Yes, you are number 3. So we've got 3 here. We've got 4 this side. We've got 6 this side. So let's do proper maths. 6 and 4 is 10. 10 and 3 is 13. Don't misquote us anywhere. No, it's not 16, it's 13. So we've got 13 speakers. And if we do 13 speakers and 3 minutes each, you are looking at what? 3 by 10 is 30. Yeah? So we're looking at 39 minutes. Done. So if we start now, and I'm going to use mine, not yours. Don't use yours. I'm going to use my watch. It's 11:16. So by 12, we should be done. So I hope there's a roving mics with the pss, 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 like the lady in the Pan-African Parliament. When they're fighting, she pss, pss, pss. So they fight nicely there. So number one, you've got 3 minutes. In that 3 minutes, this is what you are going to do. You are going to tell us your name and your surname, which organization you are representing, and what are you doing in that organization. So that tomorrow we are not accused of having called our friends to come and enjoy this beautiful hotel here and wasting government money. And I'm strict, because I was listening to the presentation. So the moment you say something that was never in the present, I'm going to stop you and move to the next speaker. So number one.
Sanbonan. Okay, my name is Shana. I'm from Gomek. I'm the chairperson of Egoruleni Likalala Gomek. I'm representing Egoruleni in Gomek. So I want to say thank you to the panel for the wonderful presentation. Yes, for the wonderful presentation. Okay. Firstly, I want to say to Gauteng, the granting aid, it's small for us, for artists. 150, to apply for 150 is very small. Okay, and the adjudication panel is taking too long to adjudicate our applications. They are taking too long to adjudicate the applications. And another thing that I've got a problem with, it's about audited statement. Auditors are too expensive for us. If you put audited statement for applying for 150, auditors are charging us so much, and so we can't be able to get, to make our programs with 150. At the end of the day, the auditor is going to need about 30,000 rands. So audited statements are, I don't think they are necessary in our applications. Okay. I heard that there are workshops after you have been approved. I've never attended any workshop since I was approved in 2014 for the agreement to be trained. How I'm going to fill that agreement, I don't remember attending that, and I don't know if it's available for that. And another thing, the old organizations are not are not funded anymore. They are looking at the new organizations. Our old organizations are not getting any funding from the Gauteng department anymore. So I don't know if they don't see us because we've been in the art industry for years, or now they are looking at the new organizations because we've been applying for years, but us, they are like our own organizations, because I've been there for years, are not getting funding anymore. So we don't know if we are sidelined or we are not even taken as artists anymore. Thank you.
How many times have you been funded? Only once. And one time you have never attended any workshop. So it's a story. This thing of workshop, it's a story to you.
Yes, it's
All
a
right.
story to me.
All right. Thank you. Next speaker, name, organization, and your designation.
Dumelang, my name is Mpon Tlatling. I'm from an organization called All Africa Media Foundation. I'm the founder and the chairperson. I'm gonna divert hanyani. Unfortunately, I have to. Anyway, I am anyway. So, as you heard from this first speaker, that the granting aid is not enough. Now, on top of the granting aid, in order for you to run these programs, there are resources that are needed. And I don't know if legislature doesn't know, but right now artists are being evicted from arts and culture premises, and we have nowhere to operate. We have reported, we have gone to absolutely everyone. And the sad reality is that government will tell you that there is no intergovernmental relationship. How can a premises that is under your province, that's owned by DAC, not be part and parcel of your jurisdiction? We are being evicted from Windybrow, we're being evicted from State Theatre, we're being evicted from Downtown Music Hub, but Gauteng province is quiet. Where are we supposed to operate from? Those premises are supposed to be there for us to be able to run projects. Why must we take that 66,000 granting aid, ulo patala a plek ya renta horo run a workshop? And the sad reality is that I was the only tenant go Windybrow. If I'm not operating from there, who's operating from that space? I've been speaking to the province about this issue. I've been speaking to National about this issue. National even lied and said it's owned by City of Joburg. I went to the MMC, Work Community Development, and asked, and they said it's not owned by us. So who do we speak to when we as artists have nowhere to work from? And the sad reality is that in order for you to be able to approach the private sector, to be able to approach the SETAs, your funding is conditional until we check the site that you are operating from. And the SETA is where the money is when you are doing development, skills training and all of that. It's about 10 times what you guys give us. So we have to go and apply at different places in order for a project to run. But if we've got such things as resources being taken from us and government is keeping quiet, where do we go? Where do we go? My things have been locked in for 4 months. I'm running an internship program called Stratengi, literally. It was on the news, it was on the newspapers. Nobody's bothering to get back to me. And the sad reality is that when you guys want to vote, let's say door to door, you come to the same artists to be the ones to mobilize for you. But when we need places to work from, we've got nowhere to work. Who's got office space here? Who's got office space? So are we not a business? Are we not allowed to grow? How can you grow when you're operating from the street? Who takes you seriously? This week, I'm literally meeting my interns, guys. I'm telling you, I'm running a project here, NVF, literally. And I've been speaking to provinces, nobody's speaking about it. The same resources, 66,000, then has to pay for thingy.
Sisi, your time is up. But I want to check with you. Wait, don't take the mic. Yeah. I'm the chairperson of infrastructure in the legislature. Me.
Hey, thank you.
I'm the wait.
Yeah.
Wait. I need to are here to find solutions to problems. I'm saying to you, I am the chairperson of infrastructure in the legislature. I'm not telling you your story. It's not a fallacy. I'm the chair. And you are saying here, in front of all of us here, you have been knocking on all doors.
Yes.
Who did you speak to in the Department of Sports?
You know.
Who did you speak to? Okay.
I'm saying what I was speaking. I spoke to Ukai Chief of Staff. They knew about our issue since 2019. They even tried to go to infrastructure to assist with that issue.
You spoke to the Chief of Staff?
Yes.
Chief of Staff?
I've got emails.
Do you know the name of the Chief of Staff that you spoke to?
Chief of Staff, yeah.
I agree, you've got emails. You've got emails. Just send it to us.
I'll do that.
Give it to us so that we resolve this thing here and now.
Thank you.
So when the third speaker speaks, please bring the evidence so we can call the Chief of Staff that you spoke to.
Thank you.
So that when you leave here, there's a solution moving forward.
Thank you.
Please. And another proposal, as you stand up and say, my name is Bones Modise, I'm from Dramatic Zone Productions, say whether it's a sports federation, whether it's a arts and craft, so that we're able to note here, so that these things of allegations, we're able to deal with them here and now. When we leave here, all of us, we must have a way forward. All of us, that we all know that we have agreed to. Let's do that. Bring the email in the meantime. Number 3 is that side. Oh, here. Sorry. Wait. Let me get my stuff ready here. I don't want you to say we cheated your time because we're talking too much. Yeah, start.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. My name is Elijah Nduli. I'm from an organization called Nomad Africa Magazine. We deal with coverage of sports, arts and cultural events and activities. In the main, just to put these entities and organizations out there on the map. Mine is very simple, Chair. Based on the presentation that we had, I would like to find out what is it that has been picked up as some of the reporting challenges, especially in relation to what the beneficiaries would have wanted to cover in their reporting to the department. And I'm saying this in considering the fact that some of these projects that the department would want to fund must be related to the issue of the function of oversight. So what would have been some of the challenges that the department would have picked up in terms of reporting from the beneficiaries? Thanks.
Thank you. That one is nice and sweet and short and is definitely noted. Number 4. Yeah.
Yes, my name is Busisiwe Mbotole from Zanzi National Arts Forum. Last year we were given grant, we signed everything, and there was a delay due to the CST document. By the time we are done with the CST, we submitted, but still we haven't received the money from the department. We don't know when and how are we going to receive the money, because they said with the financial money that is coming in April, at least we'll be given the money, because the delay was on their side because of the CST.
Just a quick one. Stakeholders, please remember we are still under COVID. Ne? When you speak, please put your mask on. Remember, you are sharing one mic. We don't want, after we are done today here, we will be faced with a challenge that there will be cases beyond when we came in. Please just put your mask on so that we protect one another. Thanks.
Oh, okay. So we're still waiting for the money from the department. And another thing is my colleagues are still saying the money is 150, which is very little, and it's even worse now when you are reducing the very little money that you're supposed to be giving us. So the 66,000, honestly, it's not the money for the project, it's the money for the resources only. As artists, we don't want money to survive, but we want to live. Can you please increase the money, at least from 150 up, not 150 down? And there's no sustainability. If an organization was applying, maybe was funded more than 3 times, and after that you're no longer funding or helping that organization, meaning we are killing that organization, because in the first place, you never give them, you have never given them enough. So you are killing them. If you're giving us more than, I don't know how much, but something that we can live on, we can be able to sustain our programs and get done with you and continue with our lives. Thank you.
Before you move on, just the name of the organization one last time.
It's Mzansi National Arts Forum.
And you made mention that you had applied and you have not received anything. When did you apply? Because if you remember, the acting CFO here said part of the process is that you apply, and he made an example of June, and you will get some, I think 2 months later. Ne? So when did you apply?
No, I'm saying we signed the contract, everything is in place, the money.
You are just waiting for
we
the
are granted
deposit.
the money. The delay was the CSD.
From your
By
side?
the time we got the CSD,
Oh, okay.
we finalized the matter. They were supposed to be giving us the money just after I left the office.
No, it's fine. I get we want to understand so that when we go and whip, at least we whip based on information that is at hand.
Yes.
That's why we are seeking these clarities before they come and respond. So we have a clarity on what are the issues at play. Because when we live here, all of us must be of the same mind. So we thank you, we'll go and check. That's why we wanted the name, so that we can also note your name.
Okay.
Can we get the next speaker? Number 5 with the yellow, yes.
Okay, thank you. My name is Mpomuloi, and I come from Artistic and Studios. I'm a secretary there. We are based in Zone 11, Sebokeng, and we do a lot of project management, skills development, managing artists, and a lot of arts, crafts, and development. So my question here is about what the speaker had said, that the previous speaker. He did mention that only 30 organizations are going to be funded, if I'm being correct. I stand to be corrected. And so in the 30 organizations that are going to be funded, the question is, I have 3 questions, I'm sorry. What is the criteria that is going to be used to select these organizations that are going to be funded, number 1? Number 2, are there any specific areas, like for example, maybe in Sebokeng you'll take 3 organizations, in Joburg you'll take 1, like that. We want to know if, like, how that is going to work. How are you going to select that 30? And also, if these other organizations have applied and they do not get approved, what kind of help are they going to get, if not funds? Because I think we don't only need funds, but facilities, equipment, and other things that a lot of people need around here. And also with the facilities that we use in our areas, our facilities are not being, like the halls, the community halls, and all of that. Maybe that's not your problem, but then is there any how you can help with that? They are not being maintained. We go there, we want to host our events there, we want to have projects there, but then we don't have the facilities, we don't have equipment. You get there, there are no chairs, the hall is not being maintained, the toilets are not working. So those are my 3 questions, and thank you.
Thank you so much. Loud and clear. That one will allow the officials to come and respond in terms of the criteria. The number 6 is here, right in front of me. Yeah, here, right in front of me.
Sanibonani. Ninjani? Okokuqala ngithanda nje ukusho ukuthi ngidlulisa ukuphoxeka ukuthi i-legislator, i-arts and culture, i-legislator ithathe le engagement ekufanele besayenza singama-artist bayilethe la eqeleni.
Awufakele imask mfowethu, awufaka imask.
Anizungizwa.
Awufaka imask, ungizwa kanjani mina ngoba ngifakile yami imask?
Ayifani meyami.
Okay, faka imask ke mfowethu. Thank you so much.
Nithathe le engagement le nazoyiletha la ngoba vele ningafuni ukuthi si-attend. And then ngoba ngabe kade nibeke lapha na e-City of Joburg, lapha esidrobheni, ikhona indawo lapha ne e-sports arts and culture, ikhona indawo la e-legislature. Ngenxa ukuthi nifuna ukuza kahle la nizokwenza into enifuna ukuyenza without us. So ke namanga sikhona. First question enginayo. Mina ngirejecte kabili office lika Mbali Mhlophe. Ngaze ngambuza lapha na ku corridors City of Joburg reject incwadi angibhalela zona. Ngingazi ukuthi ufanda abantu abanjani noma abangani bakhe noma ile mali ye Free State or kanjani. Okwesibili ama libraries sisabolile. I'm a writer mina personally. Ngumuntu obhalayo. Mawuya la City of Joburg yonke. Ama library abolile, awona equipment, awona ama computer, and awuyithenga incwadi zama imaging writers. Angazi ukuthi mhlawumbe ufuna ukuthi kwenziwe njani noma i strategy osazoqhubeka usebenze ngayo these 4 years. So ke mina ngibona ukuthi usazokwazi ukuthi usebenze nathi ngendlela oyenza ngakhona. Awukwazi ukusilalela, uqhubha inkani yakho, ungazi ukuthi uyophelela lapha nenkani yakho kulento oyenza ngoba thina yithi uleader thina, awuyilidi wena. Uma uleader thina kumele ulalele thina, uze ukuthi sifunani. Ngendlela oqhubha ngayo, uqhubha ngathi ungathi ufuna ukusitshela ukuthi ufune senzeni. Awuyona artist wena umuntu wepolitiki. So awazi lutho ngelokhuzana ngeart and culture. So ke ngicela welungise indaba zakho.
Mfowethu awuphinde usho igama lakho usho ukuthi ubuya kuyiphi inhlangano?
Brian Wantombela.
Yeah.
I-organization yami Desire for Life, ngiphinde futhi ngibe ku-SRAC ngenza i-literature national.
All right.
Sure.
Asibonge mfowethu. Number 1, this side. Nang, yeah.
Thank you. 1, 2, 1, 2. Thank you. My name is Thobela Dlamini. I'm a Deputy Secretary General of South African Music Industry Council, also part of ISIF Gauteng Provincial Task Team, and also a member of the Ministerial Advisory Task Team of the National Minister Arts and Culture currently. I've got 3 questions or issues that I need to raise in this forum, specifically regarding the presentation. 1, we saw a bit of an outcry regarding the issue of the vendor numbers. The issue of the vendor number was too much of a problem, too many creatives. And I would strongly recommend that there must be something that needs to be done so that artists are not held at ransom for a vendor number. Because we picked up with a vendor number was a serious problem. It must be addressed. That's 1. For number 2, we also picked up that within the department, the turnaround time in terms of addressing these particular applications, it takes long in a sense that at the end of the day, you might find somebody having sent an application, and by the time they get to the application, either the tax clearance has expired, the letter from the bank has expired, and that delays the entire process. Now the applicant must be called back to be asked to resend those particular documents. The turnaround time, I think the officials of the department must really check up their efforts, because that side, they are not doing well. Again, when you look at the issue of the budget, I think my colleagues have raised this issue. The issue of a budget is very much indirectly discouraging. But at the same length and breadth, you look at, and when you're listening to the chair addressing the issue of the department being underfunded, where the proposal that I will make to the department is to say it's about time that as a department, your private sector engagements as a department must be increased. I'll make a typical example. The department has a bank that they bank with. What makes it difficult for that bank to be a partner to this department where they are making money? The department has a mobile company possibly that is having a contract for their mobile contracts. What makes it difficult for those companies to come on board and assist us? You'll find one company called Samsung, for argument's sake. Thank you. One company called Samsung, having to spend on an advert taking, just a second, just this one is very critical. You take a Jose Mourinho, you give him an advert, pay him billions as Samsung, but you still make your money from South Africans. How do we engage with such so that we as creatives can benefit from those type of companies? Thank you.
One thing that we have done, and I hope the second speaker and the last, until the speaker number 13 will do, they will take from what you are saying. This is what we've picked up as a problem, and this is what we propose as a possible solution. It helps all of us here. Because if you're expecting solutions to come only here, it's not possible. assist us with possible solutions. And I like what we have done. And I'm lobbying all other speakers that are going to speak to say, once you say, it started there, they say 150 too small. Mama says, instead of taking it to 66, mhlampe thatha le 66, we fake kule 150, at least be 200 and something, so that we are able to, So I'm proposing that as you speak, as you engage, also give us a possible solution. Turnaround strategy or turnaround time, by notile as a serious concern. CSD is already been noted as a concern. Thank you. Speaker number 2.
Thank you very much, Chair. And let me greet the House and all protocols observed. My name is Tsepo Mashian, and I'm from an organization called the Center for the Advancement of Citizenry Participation in International Relations. Chair, I also am a manufacturer of musical instruments. Chair, I just want to also indicate I'm from CIFSA as well, Provincial Tax Team. Yeah, I think we've got, and I'll take 3 minutes in 3 issues, and I'll the minutes that were left from others, if you don't. Chair, firstly, let's agree that the province has positioned itself to be a cultural economic hub in Africa. Now that is a big mandate. Now if you, Chair, can I use this mic? Okay. So if you ask me, Chair, now I sound like I'm in a hole, my brother. But if you ask me, Chair, it's a huge mandate and it requires deliberate partnerships. Let me applaud the province for hosting the Africa Month discussion, where we're beginning to look at the African continent free trade agreement and area, because that for me becomes important. It becomes important when you ask a question of the years since 2007, when we've been funding organizations. What impact has it done? And do we as a province have products and services that we can take and start competing? I think that's a question you must ask. Because if you do have such, it means that you've got a strong argument and motivation to make why you need more than 4 million. It can't be on the basis of emotion. We must be able to exhibit the fact that we want to compete in the world, and as such, we need more people to be part of that agenda. Chair, the next issue I want to raise is the rigidness of government on matters that we all know directly affect the manner in which the industry responds. I'm listening to the CFO, and he mentions, or acting CFO, he mentions the rigidness on the date of closure and time and all of these things. And I think we must be able to be flexible with regards to time. If the closing date is the 30th, I think we can make, be flexible, whether it's midnight, people can still submit. Because indeed, it is a trend that at the time of closing, more applications are made. And that is something that happens. And I don't think rigidness will help us. But I suppose I understand it's because there's not enough money. But we've got to be able to be flexible, including amongst others, Chair. I think the department must make an effort to understand the information you need from practitioners. How does it help the department? Because sometimes we make it difficult for the industry to acquire these funds by putting difficult requirements, which does not help the department with anything. If, for an example, if you want to find out whether the organization or an individual is tax registered, you are a public entity, you can verify that with SARS. It can't be the problem of a practitioner. So I think at some point we need to be able to align our ability to work and mainstream our services as government. So I would suggest that we look into that, because these are some of the things that they are a blockade, if you like. So let's try and look at that. The last one, Chair. It is my strong held view, Chair, that until we are able to showcase to government or whomever allocates money that in your call for granting aid you had 5,000 applicants, but you fund 60. That in itself shows the extent to which there is an appetite for the industry to grow. And it cannot be that we come and present to us here that you are going to fund 60 applications when you know you've been opened this call for the past 2 months. So I'm saying there is a direct, I don't know, but does not make sense somewhere. So we need to be able to be practical. It's either, if you don't have the money, you literally go and identify organizations that you want to go and compete in the world and speak to the industry about that and fund them. Because you are wasting a lot of time looking at 5,000 applications when you need 60. Thanks, Chair.
Loud and clear, loud and clear. Number 3. Now, next to Shane, Chief, you're not going to hijack us. I invited hands here. You're not going to hijack us. Number 3.
Hello? Can you hear me? Ngicela ukubingelela to the panel, MEC, and the rest of the panel, and all members of the department, and all stakeholders present today. Unfortunately, I have to be very stylistic in how I speak due to my mask. Okay, from me, my name is Sizwe Mzolo from African Global Entertainment Networks. We basically creating platforms that seek to import, or rather to export our local content and talent to the rest of the globe, including the continent of Africa. Number one, I wish to address the issue of, obviously, e-funding being little, as it has been mentioned. However, more than that, I think the issue becomes the shortfall. I think we've got a shortfall problem which we need to address, whereby you're submitting a proposal for, let's say, even that 150, but then you don't get 150, you get 50,000 or 66,000. Now, that creates a problem. If that project required 150, and yet that person is not able to get the rest of the finance from anywhere else. So what then happens to the project? How do you then execute that project knowing what imali yakho ayiphelelanga? So perhaps as a suggestion or a proposal to the department is to say, let's also look at endorsement letters where you say we have pre-approved or approved this person for this amount of money, and we are aware that they need so much money, so that you use that then to go elsewhere to try and, solicit the rest of the finance, so that you don't come back with people having had to then reprioritize that money elsewhere because anyway they couldn't execute the project. Number two, I think as a department we need to spend more time on education and research on what makes a sustainable industry or sector. Because we tend to find ourselves in a situation where you are funding projects that are not self-sustainable. We need to get to a point where projects that are funded are self-sustainable so that you don't have to refinance and finance the same project. So we need to relook at our model and look at projects that are going to take us forward. Because we've been here before. And tomorrow we're going to be here again. 5 years later we'll be here because we are not growing as a sector. Because we are not putting in the machinery that seek to grow people. But the issue of grant on its own is a problem. Well, let me say, grant is not a problem unless you have systems behind it that make it not become a problem. Because the more you fund people, the more lazy people become and less creative they become because you are spoon feeding them. So let's change that model and look at a new model that will fund projects that are going to take us forward. And then number 3,
make it quick, your time is
quick
up.
One.
Yeah.
This is mainly for us as stakeholders. To say, guys, let's get to a point where we start working together. We're not going to get anywhere. There's projects that are duplication. Why don't people come together so that when you fund, you can then fund 1 million, knowing that out of that 1 million, it's a project that's going to benefit 4 or 5 companies. Because they're doing pretty much the same thing. And we're not going anywhere very slowly. So I appeal as well because we've got a tendency of depending on government. Let's turn things around and depend on ourselves. And let government then come in to assist us because you've got a camera, all these cameras put together. We can do a major production as opposed to you doing a 5-cent production that goes nowhere. Thank you.
Loud and clear, loud and clear. Number 4, is that behind you there? Yeah, that's number 4.
Thank you very much for having me here. And I do want to say thank you for the little bit of funding that we did get. I'm Naomi Shower, the Chief Impact Officer of Connect. We are based in Randburg, but we are a social enterprise company that collaborates and connects people together. So I'd love to chat to each and every one of you to get your number to see what we can do together. As a trained social worker, I think that one of the things that we're not looking at is the fact that there's a mental health pandemic. And entertainment, stimulation, arts, all assists with mental health. And the fact that there's so little funding for that is a concern. So I think that if you can push towards saying why arts and culture is so important is maybe going to help with getting more funding. But my second thing was an experience of the first time to get funding and being so excited for the call and also had a COVID scare, so I was concerned about coming to sign. And I was told it will be quick, just come, sign the paper, even if it's outside on the street. 4.5 hours of sitting, waiting, and I don't understand why they didn't just say, you come at 9, you come at 10, you come at 11, you come at 12, instead of this experience that wasn't pleasant at all, that was sitting and waiting, no food, no water, you can't leave, and now you're sitting next to people, and it was supposed to be exciting, and I felt like it was a little bit like we were sheep that were just pushed through, handed this piece of paper, we were exhausted. I didn't get the information about the workshop either. So I kept asking. Now you're trying to phone, and it's one contact center number, and no one ever answers. So how do I find the person who can help me to know how to report back, because I want to do it properly? So I'm struggling with that. And then my understanding about it was a 3-year cycle of funding, and then it was just a once-off small amount, and I don't understand how that changed from the application process and wasn't actually given, that information wasn't given to us. So I think that's important. And then also, the person who was helping me had just left the department, and they don't tell you that they've gone. So now you're running around emailing someone that doesn't exist. So I just think that there is an element of efficiency and care because we are trying to do the best that we can, and we're not really getting that support. So thank you.
Thank you so much. Number 1 is right there. Thank you. Yes. And number 2 is just next to him with the black jacket. And number 3 is the lady with the white hat. And that's our last speaker.
Good morning. Let me first start by greeting the MEC and honorable members. My name is Fiso Digana. I am the youth coordinator for Randburg City Local Municipality. But at least today I'll be representing also my fellow colleagues in the West Rand region. Let me start by firstly saying we welcome the report as presented by the acting CFO. But also, let's raise the dissatisfaction that we are noting today, that it's as if this particular roundtable is not in the West Rand. Only other corridors are here. And we are the host as the West Rand, and it's about only 2 or 3 of us that I can relate to. It's a matter of concern. But secondly, Chair, let me indicate that as per the report is given to us or the presentation, as young people or representations of young people in different municipalities, we are not feeling the programs of the department on the ground. This is just a cherry on top report, compliance sake. Therefore, we must go and say 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. If I can tell you the scenario in the West Rand, you'll be chased out by communities striking and protesting, because this would have been lies that have been told to our own communities. Thirdly, you know, when you put such reports, I will be speaking for the Western Corridor. Tell us how many young people or different institutions or individuals that you have funded in the West Rand. We don't want to be overshadowed by the metros. Tell us in the West Rand. You know, in Rand West it's 2, in Mogale it's 4, in Mirafong it's 2. And also tell us what are the targets of the department in terms of the Western Corridor from the Gauteng government, so that we know that those that are responsible to do their work on the ground, we have got a particular target that we must reach each financial year. Adverts are going out. West Rand, it's not like a Kulin. West Rand, it's not like the city of Joburg. You can put an advert. Young people from Bekesdal or Peru in the outskirts of the mining towns will only see the advert in WhatsApp after the closing date. So what is it that we are doing to encourage these young people on the ground? So therefore, we are calling that the department must come back and do clinical road shows in communities, not in town, but in communities where we will go to different sectors, different communities, communicate this information, tell them how to apply, assist those that are non-compliant to be compliant, so that when the process starts for applications of funding, we know that a number of particular sectors or institutions have applied, and therefore this is 1, 2, 3 that needs to be taken. My last point will be also that since we are a mining town, MEC Shop, and also chairperson of the Portfolio Committee Infrastructure, Honorable Bones, the mines are closing. And as we know that the mines have got state-of-the-art facilities. And in this case in the West Rand, as they close, they are also demolishing this infrastructure. What is it that we are doing as the provincial government, specifically for all these sports facilities that used to be there in the mining towns? I can tell you of Bongweni in Randfontein. You can go to Ezulu in Western area. You can go to Cook 2 in Western area, also just next to Bekesdal. Places are dilapidated, there's infrastructure, there's everything. Ours is just to rehabilitate, revamp, turn those places into state-of-the-art facilities that can be used by the entire Gauteng, not only meant for the Bekesdal people or everything. So I thank you, leadership.
Thank you so much, Mr. Dikana. Number 2, just next to you, yes.
Thank you, Chair. My name is Mkhumutsi, surname is Tau. I'm representing the Rand West Arts Council, to be specific, Mohlake Music Association. By the way, Chair, I'm a good choral singer. Yeah, so I sing, I'm in arts. Let me first acknowledge the presence of the MEC, the chairperson, and the entire committee. I just want to speak firstly on what the policy speaks about on the budget. Can I propose that, as much as I hear the budget is small, whether it will be increased or not, but can the budget speak on demographics of the province? Can the policy be specific in terms of, if the budget is 4 million, what is it for, what is in for the Western Corridor, what is in for the Joburg Corridor, what is in for all the 5 corridors, so that this budget is spread equitably, so that everybody gets to benefit. Furthermore, this budget, as in when Like for an example, now you are saying you are targeting 60 individuals or organizations, and then you further break it and then say the 30 would be on arts and culture. Can also that 30 on arts and culture speak on the demographics of different role players in arts and culture? And specifically, I'll speak more on issues of music and choral and clap and tap association so that they can also benefit. But also I then want to speak on the issue of funding. We are having a challenge where majority of disadvantaged areas and groups would always participate in this process of application for funding, but they would not meet the requirements on the basis that these are young people who do not have the capacity to compete with other existing groups who have been fortunate before to participate in these processes, and they would not meet what the adjudication committee would require, and for that reason they would not meet the requirements for funding, not because of they don't need that funding. You'd find out they are the most vulnerable, they are the most who need the funding, but because they don't have the right means to apply for funding, they don't get the funding. I heard the department speaking about roadshows to assist these organizations to get funding. Let us not only do roadshows, because these roadshows are only talk shows, but let's more invest on capacity workshops where we train these young people on how to apply, specifically when you speak on strategic outcomes of the departments, because you are raising that when people apply, they must also focus on what are the outcomes, what are the plans of the department for that particular financial year. My last point is on premises, infrastructure. We've got majority of these groupings who cannot afford to pay our institutions of government. Can there be intervention so that these groups, they are compensated not to pay these facilities? The third part is on musical instruments that are sitting as ornaments in our municipal buildings that are not being able to be utilized by these groups. We've got accompaniments like your pianos, your violins, your melodicas and everything, which are like ornaments. They are sitting in mayor's offices, in councils and everything as ornaments. Can they be taken out for young people to utilize them? These things are not for decoration, but they are for cultural purposes. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Ntate Tau. The last speaker, Mama. There is the last. Oh, you've got your mic. Okay, thank you.
Sanbonani, Kamalami Unozi Nguse Dlamini, President yes Sisterhood Arts Foundation, in all regions, Gauteng and national. I'm here wearing many hats. National Coordinator with SIFSA Women Wing, Women Chapter with SAMIC, which is Music Council. We met Minister Advisory Committee, EMBO Women Wing for Heritage and Culture. Siyabonga ukuthi nisinvite MEC ngiyakubingelela, Chairperson ngiyabingelela, ngibonge ukuthi nikwazi ukusihlanganisa. Unfortunately asikho sonke labo abezile sebezo representa abanye ngeqiniso. Siyabonga kakhulu MEC ithuba enisinika lona ukuthi sizobeka ama views ethu ukuthi nathi sikwazi ukusebenza ngendlela. We know ukuthi si affecteke kakhulu. First of all nje engizoqala ngakho indaba ye job creation kulama workshops. I will request if a workshop iya ekuruleni or iya eWestrand, ngicela ama logistics atholakale kuyileyo region ukuthi empowereke if is sound kuyiwe ekuruleni makutholakale a service provider wasekuruleni makuzokwenziwa lawo ma road shows ekukhulunywa ngawo ukuthi empowereke labo bantu basekuruleni if it's sound or Western as ama comrade esho. Secondly, I criteria ngiyasuggesta I criteria kuma panelists nama adjudicators Siyacela ukuthi mayibalance even youth, even nabafazi, even nabadala, namadoda, mase ku adjudicator or kunama penalist. Enye engirequestayo criteria ayingaqhamuki seyifinaliziwe ukuthi sesinama board obani singazange siyibone. Who is doing that with who? Lack of communication between a department and nama organizations or between a department nama artist. Sizocela ukuthi ithi ukureview weka. The last request from me as a woman, ngicela kunomunye we All Africa uraise indaba yama offices. We are running offices okwamanje ngendlela erongo because asikwazi ukungena kuma offices. Our office yethu is downtown, but due to COVID and imali asikwazi ukurana I-office lethu. Sizocela kube equal standard very low for us to run our offices. Imali esingayibhadala ithi ukuyo reviewer asiyazi ukuthi malini but I revieweke. There are so many offices. We talk about downtown. We talk all these offices at department. Siyacela ukuthi avulwe sikwazi ukusebenza. Thank you so much.
Ngiyabonga ma. That was our last speaker for the day. Chairperson, MEC, and members, you have heard the issues. I'm going to hand it back to the chair, and then chair will facilitate the issues of responses. But before I sit down, chair, I just want to go back to the second speaker of the day and check if she has managed to retrieve the emails so that we can have them. You did? Do you have? To who? Who did you send to this? Do you have? Bring here. We need to leave here having resolved all the issues that are here. No, we're no longer taking hands. We invited hands row by row. You did not raise your hand. So I don't know what is it that you want to say now that you did not say when you invited hands. In the second round. No way, we don't work like that. Which one? Which email was it? Was
Hello.
it sent to?
Hello, stakeholders.
All right.
Stakeholders.
Setholile, ne? Yeah.
Member Modise?
Chair.
Yeah.
Can I?
Stakeholders. Can I remind you when I started this meeting, I did mention that we are still under the rules of the legislature. So your behavior is very important. But secondly, you must also understand that much as we are politicians, we are also human. Ne? So your behavior towards us and our behavior towards you must be of a respectful nature. So there's no need for us when we are in one gathering, we need to disrespect each other. It's very important that at all material times, remember we said to you, you are stakeholders. So you can't be behaving like any other ordinary person on the ground. You must behave like a leader, because all of us in this particular hall, we are leaders. If you want to have a second bite, there's a chairperson of the session who is facilitating the questions, comments session. You are able to raise your hand. He will be able to respond to you and indicate if we'll be able to take those particular questions or comments or input, or whether we'll proceed so that we are able to allow the department to then respond to the issues that you could have raised, but not through howling. That will not necessarily assist the process of this particular engagement. So I will hand over to him to rule on that particular matter. Then from there on, we'll be able to move forward.
Thanks, Chair. Sisi, I've just seen the evidence that you spoke to. And I promise you, by the time you leave here, that thing will have been attended to. Because it is through evidence that we are able to move forward. Chair, The gentleman here, I forgot I think it's Hapelo Dlamini. Tobela Dlamini. The gentleman, I forgot his name. Tsepo Mashiane, ne? And you said Mzolo, Spiwe, Sizwe Mzolo. Part of the things that they raised, Chair, as I sit down, are issues that I believe personally, if we were to take them into consideration as a department and as a portfolio committee, making sure that the department implements some of these things, or rather work on them, will see us moving in a different direction. He says, which was key to me, that, and he made an example of cameras as an easiest thing to do, to say, if we were to come together with all these different types of cameras, because you'll find that member Ndlovu still uses analog cam, whilst member Mbali is now using digital cam. If we're to come together and say, we're going to work together towards a particular direction, there would be something that comes out. And some of the programs that department needs to look into in terms of funding, let it be those projects that at the end of the day will be self-sufficient or self-sustaining. So you don't put 30,000 here, next day you put another 30, and so on and so forth. But look at those that can be able to self-sustain, so that you don't have to go back to them and assist them over and over and over again. And as I sit down, Chair, I will do what you have requested, because you are my Chair. I'll take that hand, I'll take those two hands there, I'll take that one, I'll take this one, I'll take that one, and then I will end there. Okay, I will end here. Since I need to know we have dealt with your issue. So you did not say it earlier. Well, but I want to say, if we work with this way, we're not going to finish the meeting. Because you want to say something. I stopped in Tate Dlamini, I stopped in Tate Mashiane, before they could finish whatever they wanted to say, because the time is not on our side. So allow these ones who have not spoken. I'm saying to you, when we leave here, your issue will be attended to. No, but you can't speak for everyone when people are here. Please work with us.
Remember this cheese.
Number one.
Yeah, just before we proceed, our language, stakeholders. I said we are all beings. I don't want to say human. I said we are all beings. You can't be addressing an honorable member, disregard whether you see me as honorable or not, and say to me, hey, wait. Let's respect one another. We respect you as stakeholders, and equally we are expecting you to also respect us. If you've got a matter that you want to raise, I've indicated before that Honorable Modise is chairing this particular session. If you've got a follow-up, my sister, make sure that you raise your hand. He will rule on that particular matter because we are following the rules, the standing rules of the legislature. There are processes that we normally undertake when we run this kind of meetings. We are also guided by the rules, because if we are going to allow that we are going to have an open-ended discussion, we'll end up not necessarily closing this particular session. We all know that all our challenges and our problems will not necessarily be attended on one day. There are quite a number of issues that majority of you, even those that have logged in from their own respective homes through our YouTube channels and Facebook channels, they will have liked to be here to raise those particular issues. But the unfortunate part is that we've got only 73 members of the legislature in Gauteng responsible for 15 million plus people. So it will not be possible that each and every one of those 15 million people will be able to engage us even when we have this kind of engagement. So let's allow those that will not have spoken before that wants to speak. Possibly if you are not covered by them, he can then allow you to raise that one issue that you wanted to raise as a follow-up to the question that you wanted to raise. But please, let's respect each other. Let us not use ways that tomorrow will start pointing fingers at each other. Thanks.
Thank you, Chair. Gentlemen, my chief, please raise your hand. Please raise your hand. I want to give each and everyone a number. Please raise your hand. You are number one, the one with the red top. You are number two next to him. Mama, you'll be number 3. My chief, you'll be number 4. You are number 5. You are number 6. You are number 7. You are number 8. And you are number 9. And this is the rules of engagement, because I'm told that I need to allow you to speak, because some of you arrived late and not because of your own making. I was not aware that who arrived late, who did not arrive late. All I did is that to take number of hands and people to raise their hands. So you've got 3 minutes to engage. And in your 3 minutes, please indicate your name and surname, organization that you're representing, and the position you hold within the organization, so that we're able to note these things. So thank you. I'll start with you, number 1 there.
1, 2, 2, 3. Oh, sanibonani. Igama mina ngumxolisi Phiri from IKO. I'm one of the founders of IKO, but my role there is to coordinate. I'm the coordinator of the organization. The first point is so good to raise my hands because of we start our moya. Some of us came late because of the circumstances, and we did not really to get to understand the whole presentation. So we do not want to raise hands and sound irrelevant and don't understand based on what you said as part of the rules. So we appreciate with this niggas of the second round. I like to also believe with this kind of sessions is where we pour our hearts out, because we have a lot of frustration as people who are working on the ground. And it is nice with this niggas with platform, and also see seriously. We are a bridge between the government and the people on the ground. One of the things engizwile ku presentation ekugcineni ukuthi department, it has its own mandate per year that it's looking into ukuthi izofunda abantu who are pushing certain programs. And I find that a bit unfair, because now that means if you are running a certain things, you have to change the whole mandate of your organization to suit the department. And I mean, like IKO, what we do, we are focusing on the well-being. That's our number 1 priority, to turn artistic skills into career, also to focus on well-being. Most of our artists are depressed. Our office serves as a council, it's council abantu lapha office letu, well-known artists, developing artists and so forth. Even sportsmen come to our office. That's where their secret place is. Now, if you're gonna say I need to turn my mandate to suit the department, just to be relevant, where am I going? And the other part is that, can we be really supported like Nigeria would do, creative sector, like America would do, India would do? Because those people, they are able to turn the artistic skills really into career. Tina, it's like we are giving really rent, pay a little bit of that, and at the end of the day, sustain. The main reason is that we come from really disadvantaged backgrounds. It's not because we are wasting time or what. We can see the opportunities and the gaps, but in that, we need a support. And we do these things because of, we believe good creative sector, it's one sector that, even the sports sector, that is able to create jobs. Powerful. One artist, if it gets successful, they are able to hire professional people down to domestic workers. That's job creation. But if we don't get the right kind of support from you guys, because of the budgets and stuff, it also harms the vision that we have. Because at the end of the day, what we see is that our artists that are doing well are the very same artists that are keep on getting the same funds over and over. I mean, Mina, for an example, IKO has been there for more than, registered formally from 2012. We've never been funded. We've always gotten a letter of rejection. And we've always wanted to say, where did we go wrong? And it will be said, no, wrong. It's just that we ran out of budget. I mean, you can imagine from 2012 until today, we've never been funded. And yet we are the heart to the community. We've been running these programs throughout the country, especially the well-being of the artist. So we'd really like to be supported. MEC, you are young, and you once said you'll go to every corner to find an artist to support them and that. Can you see that happening practically? Can you see results? At least when we come to annual events, these are the people that have been assisted, and these are the people that have been developed in a right sense. I'd like to end there. Thank you.
Good afternoon. I am from Ekurhuleni, in a small town called Vosloorus. The name of my organization is Lefatshe la Rona, which is an NPC. By profession, I am a paralegal. I am an artist, producer, content creator, director, radio presenter, and I also do theater. Firstly, I would like to say that I am disappointed about what some of the things the Chair just said now. Honorable Chair, he spoke about that we need to respect each other. And I feel like there's a dictatorship, and yet again, I will say thank you for giving us this chance to speak, because we came a bit later through e-transport, and speaking about the law, we understand that you come from a legislature, but I'm disappointed that if you know that artists are not taken as employees, meaning that the Labor Relations Act does not support us, and we find ourselves paying 25% of tax. I'm not sure if you know about that, sir. And for the fact that the Constitution itself does not recognize us, then who should recognize us? This is the issue that we even mentioned to the committee that came at NAC on that 63 days that we spent as abahlali base NAC. We spoke about this matter, and for the fact that we spoke to them, we thought that as you guys are also from the legislature in the province, they might have also told you about some of the things that we've mentioned to them of our problems. And only to find out that they did not, Our comrades have mentioned, as you also mentioned, that when you apply as a company. And as I'm an artist, I'm so disappointed about the process that these councils or AMA departments are dealing with. We are not administrators, we are artists. So why then are you creating these red tapes as if we are corporates? Nifunda ma vendor number, sengathi singama company, and 120 years exista. Sengathi manje we have this money, esinayo ngathi sizele ngayo. We don't have anything. We are healers, we are entertainers, we are artists. So these things, enis creator ayokwenza ukuthi singayitholi le mali okumele ukuthi ize kuma artist. It disappoints a lot of us. It also kills a lot of people for the fact ukuthi futhi na delay amakumele nibhadala abantu yenze izinto zibe worse. So how do we respect people who don't respect us as humans? The people who are supposed to be advocating for us as nila phaku legislature, sin respect kanjani, sin biza abo honorable kanjani. Hayi ukuthi ngiyandelela, but I'm saying that you are killing us. Sikhuluma no Diseke, sikhuluma no NAC, sikhuluma ngamasita wonke. You guys are doing the same thing. So ngiyazibuza ukuthi manje makunjalo ke sibalekela kubo bani. And for the fact that the people who are leading us are not even artists, it creates the matter even worse. You say you want recommendations. We have so many meetings. Maybe you are not part of those meetings. We gave them a lot of recommendations. But you are failing to do that because you don't know what artistry is about. I'm making a recommendation now that since le mali ingani, why then don't you take all of these companies who are applying, check if our proposals are afana, group them together so that they can work together. The important thing is to create employment and sustainability. But yet the funding itself does not have sustainability. We are forced to pay tens and thousands of banuguma offices esinganazo. Most of these projects or companies who are applying, they are not doing it for e-profit's sake. About 24 call after that. They are developing the kids who are going to find the same system that is corrupt, the same system that does not recognize us as artists.
Speaker on the floor, can you also respect time? I try to show you that your time is up.
Thank you, sir. Can you please create an alternative space for Tina? Njengoba niyazi kwamanje ukuthi we don't afford all of these offices, even the ones that you are taking for us. Thank you.
Thank you. Speaker number 3.
Sanibonani. Igama lami nguThoko, ngibuya eThembisa. I'm from Ekurhuleni Arts and Culture Forums, and I also own 0830 Productions. I would like to say, siyayibonga opportunity yet again, Mr. Honorable Mr. Majeke. I remember you were with us at Mainland Hotel, but now, what is? I just want to find out: is Ekurhuleni as a municipality presented in the House? It's not here. Okay. What I want to say, it's also maybe a recommendation. I don't know if you will take it or not. But what I would like to say is that I feel Uguti Gauteng as a province alone is not going to be able to take care of all of us. That's how I see it, and I think it's a reality. But I'm asking, as a government, shouldn't we be having stages of these government houses? I mean, kufanele ube ne local government, ube ne province, ube ne national, right? Now, I'm worried because the province seems as if it's not doing anything about the issues that we suffer as Ekurhuleni. Because if Ekurhuleni was doing things okay, I shouldn't be here. I should be going to Ekurhuleni and be able to benefit. But it's not happening because the province as an overseer is keeping quiet on the issues that are happening in Ekurhuleni. And we've said this, Ma'am Charmaine, if she was here, she was going to attest to that. Ekurhuleni, there's nothing. They tell you there's no money. And I'm worried because Ekurhuleni is the biggest business hub. So why is it not the government taking those businesses and holding them to accountability? I mean, there's a CSI. Why can't government go to those businesses? Akhulume nazo ukuthi thina sizobenefita through government. I mean, before 1994, there were organizations like your British Council, your Swiss organization that were funding organizations straight. But government, when our government came to power, they said, no, give those money to us. But we don't see that happening. All the time when we go to Ekurhuleni for funding, government, municipality does not have money. Municipality does not have. Now we have to sit about 60 days. I'm just asking. This is so much disturbing. Uguti, we are citizens of this country, and now it's going to be times for votes. I'm telling you, all the governments will be going to our districts and saying, vote this, vote this. I don't care about that. It's okay. It's fine. But my problem is, you come to us and you look at us as humans, but when everything is said and done, we are now separate. The artists, nobody cares about artists. Ngiyacela ukuthi again bukeni indaba yokuthi nikwazi ukuregulate, you must take care of Ekurhuleni. Ekurhuleni must be able to take care of their artists. Sidibeng must be able, so that Gauteng as a province ingabi too much overwhelmed ngomsebenzi. Number okugcina engicela ukukusho ukuthi again to you, Mr. Honorable Majeke, please look to it that as a government, instead of giving us 150,000, which you already had, ukuthi awekho enough, at least formulate a startup package for artists. So that because I don't have money, there are institutions like DTI, before you apply to them, you must have a certain percentage. Where do I get that money? You are told for you to apply for a film at DTI, you must have produced a film that is we can't produce such. Because all the time we are reduced to no budget film. It's low budget. When are we going to reach level Hollywood? If ninga support. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Number 4 is here. There, yeah. Yes. That's number 4.
Dumela. Kalbitsoke Rudolf Shikwe. I'm from Deep Slot, and I work for an organization called Umtonje Voyage, which is a film and production company. My concern is mainly based on accessibility. We don't have access to the infrastructure in our communities, but when government want to hold something, they can do that within 2 days. They can organize an event, but the resident of the community, when we want access to things like community parks, we have to go and jump through hoops and holes to get access to that. And another thing that I want to also touch on is the roadshow. Roadshow comes to the community, maybe Haiwan, but I've never seen it in my community. But that will be something Haiwan. How about we have infrastructures that are there to always be able to guide people in terms of on applying for funds and how to structure out their businesses or organizations. And I was in a sitting, I think it was a few weeks back in Joburg, Market Theatre. There was a discussion about the revisiting of the white paper that was formulated in 1996. And that was discussed in the joint sitting last week, a few weeks back. Today, we're talking about the issue of the policy that has been not revised since 2007, right? So this shows that there's a problem of artists not being taken serious by the same institute that are set to provide solutions for RENA as artists. So I want to understand as to why does it have to take such a long time for policies to be revised and recommendations and the contributions of artists to be implemented? Because if there's been a lot of recommendations and submissions, why do we still have to have these joint sittings? And while the policies tailoring, they've been provided solutions and solutions have been provided as to how can we as artists be assisted. So it's a very big concern for now. So I'd love to at least have a clear understanding. Why does it take so long to have these policies revisited?
Thank you so much. Here's number 5. Yeah. And next to him is number 6.
Thank you very much, Honorable Modise. You said you want solutions. We are here for solutions. In 2017, I'm going to speak for 2 minutes, believe me. In 2017, a group of big organizations in Soweto decided to buy Soweto Festival from the previous owner, which were whites. My name is Makambi. I'm from Dobsonville, Extension 11. So after we've bought it, because it was just music, we decided to transform it so that each project we do for Soweto Festival, we link it to sustainable job creation. For example, there was no film festival in Soweto Festival. We decided to do film festival, which is called Soweto International Film Festival. Immediately we did that, we realized that there were a lot of artists in Soweto who were looking to be groomed and trained by our legends and veterans to do film better. And then our film festival, it has turned now to be a film school. If you can go to Soweto Theatre and you can go to Baseline, we're running a film school. Free of charge, no child is paying there. Secondly, we decided to do music and theatre. We groom them. And now we have revived the old Fuba school you knew. Some of you studied at. That Fuba school is running at baseline as we speak. Young people are being taught theater at baseline, free of charge. Thirdly, we realize that there's a lot of young people who are interested to be involved in production, especially in Soweto. And the challenge which they might have is that their production, they don't know where to put it. And we took a decision and went and negotiated with Bricks TV and as well and be part of South African Youth TV. So there's no young person in Soweto, after we've done Soweto Festival, can say, listen, I don't know where to put my film at, because these were part of them now. Next one, we brought dialogues because of the issue of gender-based violence. Last year, we did a documentary on gender-based violence. This year, young people of Soweto are going to be doing a documentary about all the 38 townships of Soweto, something which has never been done, coming from the same school. Lastly, there's chiefs, there's pirates, there is swallows, and then there's Cosmos, which were formed in Soweto. We went to them and we approached them and we said, guys, what roles are you playing where you're coming from? You can't be called the Perfeni Glamour Boys and you don't do anything. And then we partnered with Moloi Games, and each and every township of Soweto were formulating some clubs which are going to be playing at the Soweto Soccer Challenge when we are doing Soweto Festival. And then we've also partnered with Soweto Marathon now, so that Soweto Marathon can benefit the community of Soweto. But you know what's a painful thing? This festival I'm talking about, it has never been funded. Zero. Last year, we managed, during COVID times, to employ 37 artists. And all of them, we spread money with them. But we've never been funded. And remember, the National Department of Arts and Culture wrote a letter to the province to say, province, if Makufe is an anchor project of Bloemfontein, if National Arts Festival is an anchor project of Grahamstown or Makanda, Soweto Festival, which is owned by the Organization of Soweto, it should be an anchor project of Gauteng. And we took that document and we've submitted. But Soweto Festival has never been funded. Last year, we had to do some crowdfunding, and an organization from Soweto contribute so that we can be able to pay for the artists. And you know the challenge which we're facing now, because that Soweto Festival we know, which we've been going to for 38 years, some of you went to, is not funded. And then there's some Soweto Festival which are being done from the taverns, which are mushrooming now, and which unfortunately are being funded. A few weeks back, one of our artists, Jokes, from Trumpis, died coming from the Soweto Festival, which was funded, I don't want to say how many millions. And that Soweto Festival was operating from a tavern. You see, and the Soweto Festival, we know, it has never operated from a tavern. You see, these books you see, this is our books we have done, is the product of Soweto Festival. These documentary are the product of Soweto Festival. So I'm saying we cannot go out and speak bad about our government. If we wanted, we would just go to the press, say, listen, we don't know that Soweto Festival, we're going to open a case about it. But our intention is to unite Soweto. And then we cannot do that. But I'm trying to say that as the leadership who are here, why don't we take a collective decision if the people from the area, they decided to say, we can be able to do this. Last year we did it for 11 days, no funding, 11 days. All what I'm talking about, they've been done. The year before we did it, we track MK veterans, ANC, I'm sorry to say, because we couldn't get the funding. And we apply, and if I can show you the letter we get in 2018 and 2019, it says, Uguti, the money is depleted. How can the money be depleted for such a big project? Thank you very much.
Just before you sit down, you made mention that there's a letter that comes from national that you submitted to province. Yes. Who did you give the letter to?
We in 2018, 19, we went and have a meeting with the MEC and the team. And we said, guys, please, let's fund Soweto Festival. And then in 2018, we had a discussion with the MEC.
But she was not the MEC. She was not there. We want to resolve this issue here.
Okay.
Who did you give the letter to?
The letter we emailed.
To? Do you still have it? Just check your emails and then give us who did you send the letter. Please, please. We want those people that when proposals are made to them, proposals that are seeks to benefit the community, they sit on them. We want them. That's why we're here. We want them.
I'll email it to you now.
Yeah, we want them. Number 6.
Thank you, sir. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, to the panel and the House at large. My name is Zakaria Letoba. I am from Lenzwe Performing Arts. It's an art and culture organization based in Sidibeng, famously known as the VAL. Firstly, I just want to comment on the department for the invitation. And of course, even if there's some volatility in the House, I believe there are successful stories, and I believe there are achievements. And on that note, I just want to commend the department and of course the portfolio committee for all the achievements and the successes. Sometimes we tend to focus more on the challenges and fail to see the little success stories that we have. So I just want to add on the positive inputs that are made by fellow colleagues here. I think if we can, as artists and together with the department, focus on areas of importance on the annual basis, as far as the funding is concerned. If we can have focus areas, it can also help in terms of streaming the number of applications that comes through, because if as per year in 2021, the art and culture in focusing on funding this and this and this. So we all know that we're not gonna put in applications that are not relevant, that is not the center of the attention in that particular year. It can also help and assist. And in saying that, I've got 2 issues of concern that I need to request that the department look into. The developmental of the arts. We are losing a lot. We are losing a number of good artists, performers, actors. For instance, the recent loss of Ntate Mthunjwa, may his soul rest in peace. And I'm worried that what we are seeing on our theaters and on our television now, the talent is slowly depleting because we don't have the right developmental status. So if the department can just focus on the developmental of the arts so that we can have products that can fit the shoes and the spaces that all the veterans that we have lost, it could be beneficial. And also, most importantly, the infrastructure development. Particularly, I'm going to mention this because I'm from Sidibeng, and we all know that Sidibeng is very rich in terms of history and heritage. I am the product of Mphatlalatsane Theatre based in Zone 14. I think I am what I am because that's where I started. I'm not sure, Honorable Modise, if the colleagues over there do know that you are also an actor, because I shared a stage with you so many times. We did a 2-hander together, so you can also attest that the infrastructure in Sidibeng is in dire conditions. Your civic theater, your Mphatlalatsane, your Eldorado Arts Center, and so many interventions were tried to be put in place, but so far everything has been null and void. So my outcry to the Honorable MEC, we need a special intervention from the office so that we can address a number of matters specifically for the Sidibeng artist. That lives are on that side. There's no relationship between officials and artists, and it's becoming a big problem. In that, it has resulted in a number of programs not being conducted because there's too much that needs to be undertaken. So please, MEC, I know you have a lot on your shoulders, and together with your team, if you can make time, please do visit Sidibeng.
so that we can sit down and outline a number of things. We have very beautiful storytellers that side that only needs platforms and infrastructure for them to work. So in your busy schedule, please find time, because we need that. With that said, I'm not going to take much. I believe so many things has been said, and I don't want in any way to distort on everything. So I just hope for a positive, end of meeting today, so that everybody goes home. I think Chairperson has said it. We human beings, and as human beings, we're subjected to human errors. So that's why we need to work hand in hand together. And to all the artists, we are creatives, we are godly. Let us not allow our emotions, come forth. Let us sit back and try to find a creative way, as much as we are creatives, to resolve our issues. One day at a time. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Even though we just blown my cover, because we were listening when we were told we were led by people who know nothing about arts and so on and so forth. And I'm sitting there and I'm wondering, I have been to all arts festivals in this country. I've performed to the best stages of this country. But here we are told we know nothing about art. Number 6, ne?
Greetings, Shem. Honorable MEC, honorable members, Chairperson, Sanbonan, my artist. I think let me start by mentioning that Amalife venues are valwa. Amahall asikwazi ukwasebenzisa amasonto. Number 3, ama-building amaningi ase-town athathwe ama-foreigners. Therefore, we didn't sit down. I heard one of our colleagues saying we are sitting down and not doing anything with depending on the government. We are not depending on the government. We have created alternative spaces in the townships. And if you haven't done it, just think about it and think about your yard, see a space somewhere at the back. Hello? Or I'll tell you my name. Oh, sorry. My name is Tabiso Mhlamvu from SRAC. From SRAC, I'm the chairperson of SRAC. I'm part of SIFSA provincially. I'm an artist. Thank you. Sorry about that. So we've created those alternative spaces in the townships. For an example, my brother here, I'm sitting with him. Yes, he had created an alternative space, and that is his space. Forum Yagubo, it has become a space for us. So it's our forum now. We go there almost every day, and we create a lot of work there. You see, and all we need is just a step up for us to be able to attract more people who are not artists. For now, we attract artists. You see, we contribute to ourselves. When he's hosting something, we come as artists, we pay at the gate, and still we perform for ourselves. Why? Because we want people around and then they will come to that space and will be able to raise money. But we need the support from the government. Sometimes we don't have the boom gates, which is valid there and there. Jump on my fence, which there's no need for that. But I'm just saying, vendor number is not a problem. The problem is the procedure that is used against the application. The vendor number should not be a problem. From the beginning, when you start to put in the vendor number in the application, you also should explain it. Don't apply if you are not done with the vendor number. Please make sure you deal with the vendor number first. And you have a period of 2 weeks or 1 week to deal with the vendor number. And I think this is the second time I'm coming with another idea on how they can deal with the vendor number. Because our vendor lapaya. Sorry. Our this vendor in the application.
No, don't worry. The artist in you. We understand these things. Don't worry. Yeah. We understand these things.
No, but I apologize to the vendors. So it's either you allow artists to apply, and then you don't say you don't have a vendor number. Assist that artist, qualifier, menzele that vendor number, give that period to ongazange umnikeze yona from the beginning. And if you don't give them that period of dealing with the vendor number from the beginning, when he qualifies, assist that artist to have a vendor number. Ungataya we told him, where is that money going? Right? Okay. The panels, adjudication, and the appeal committee, they should come together from the plenary process. Because every time those who once became adjudicators, they know, they come across a lot of problems when they adjudicate. And they keep on asking the official, sorry, then what's happening here? The official doesn't know, especially if you ask the regional, the official from the region. Because you don't train the officials as a region. You call them when they have to deal with the pressure. So I wanted to say also those officials, Bazaguma region, train them. Because you find that Tina, we have to teach them. This is this application. This is what is happening, and all. We are teaching the official the work. So I think that's what you need to do from the plenary. Involve these adjudicators and the appeal committee. And I think one other thing I wanted to say is that. Lemali has been small since before Faith Masbugo. Wafiga umam Faith sakala nge GFC ebe igude igwelinye office. Such please bring this GFC to the same building, because now we have double administration and you come and tell us the money is too small. They brought the GFC to the same building, but still the money is small. So I think there's something wrong with the word small money. And beside Uguti beside Uguti Imali Ingani, what is it that can be done? And I want to also advise that if qualifier ama organization I-60, and you can see there's a potential Uguti ngafanda another 60, bring that 60. Try to do something, Buffett, and assist that other 60. Even if it doesn't come through the application. Because now you get the funding. Next year you're not getting, but it's 150,000. And once you get the funding, the style of potential in that organization, give them a 3 years contract. So that you focus on. That's only when you look at the organization, you see this organization has got potential and this project, it can grow. If we don't fund it next year, it's not going to happen. So you know you have money for those who qualify for 3 years. Then you put another money for those who will be applying for the first time. So you'll always have 3 years ahead of those who are developing every year. Siyacela ukuthi kube khona ushintsho nesingakhulumela mahala siyabonga.
Sibonga ngempela, sibonga kakhulu. Number 8. Nangu number 9 ma. Nangu utopeli blue number 9. Angena ngena. Ukukhulumayo.
All right. Luchani ngekhaya. Luchani ngekhaya. Sithokoze. Bizo lami ngumzakhe Jiyane ngiqhamuke Davidson. I represent Davidson Art Forum together ne Art and Culture Forums. I won't say I'm an artist. I wanted to put it that way aside. I will only say I'm a social activist. Why I say this? We came here late because we there in Davidson, they told us that there would be no transport. So I did not see any, or I did not hear any of this presentation from Mr. Machek and so on. So I don't know what he was saying, but we came late. And I was one of the people who caused a noise when the speaker was saying that is the last speaker for the day, because we came late. I'm not here within an hour. So are some of the things that you have to raise whenever you are making these discussions here. Problem number 1. Problem number 2, it's clear that I'm talking to the legislator. I'm not talking to the department direct. Because this one is the only body that is creating the laws. And the department, they are carrying on the laws. So my question is here, does art have its own law? Does it have any act of the parliament? That is the problem. That is why I had to put the weight aside art, because I see it that is operating illegal. Because there's no act of the parliament that is regulating that. Problem number 2, that one. Because the department on its own, it does have other divisions that are regulated by the government. Your South African language, that you regulate that all the 11 language are official. There is an act of the parliament of 1995. There is the National and Film and Video Foundation Act of 1997. There is an act of Heritage Council, an act of 99. I'm taking a credit to Tate Matiba, because he was the one who made art to have a department. That's why even today there are officials of art, because there is a department, but art on its own is operating illegal. So my reason is this, that I'm clear that you're disappointing because the Ecuadorian officials of SRAC, they are not here. The same complaint that I have with the sister about the officials. I even protest now and then whenever there is any event that's coming. I'm always protesting about that event. You cannot create an event whereby there are adjudicators, there are here to take an audition and do this and that in the community art centers. We do have a community art center in Davidson that's supposed to bring 3 things: to identify the artwork, and to develop that artwork, and to promote that artwork, plus empowerment, to empower those people because they're operating illegal. The only department that is protecting us, we as people, is social development. Our registration from NPO comes from social development. Our report back, we report direct from the social development. But there's no way that we have ever report to the SRAC, because the SRAC does not recognize you as an artist, number 1. That's why now and then we always have some complaint. I will take a serious issue here. Maybe people who don't know about this. Do you know about the human zoo? A human zoo. Yeah, human zoo. Are you aware that the artists are the human zoo to other people? Whenever they are taking them to any festival and this and tell you that, but at the end, who is protecting you there? If you can get each other, this can get whatever, that will happen. What will happen to you? Some people, they are making money out of you. That is why I ended up telling some of the people, even Faith Matubuga, I want to mention this, that I want art to be legislated. Because I don't know that how do they view you. They view you as a worker, they view you as a business person, or they view you as a property of somebody. If I want to make money, I have to take you and say, go and dance and do this, I will earn money, and will give you those peanuts, then you go at home. Say, hey, we kick el patarai. But at the end, you have nothing. So my question here, recently, in the beginning of the year, in Davidson, they were registering about the housing, the low-cost housing. So some of us, whenever we go there, I was feeling ashamed to say that I'm an artist. People who are domestic workers, they went out there with their pay receipt and so on to register the low-cost housing. Even the farm workers. Why? They're being protected by the labor law, that is say the protection of the non-standardized, of the non-standardized employees. So if I, like I myself as an artist, if I go there and say, no, I'm an artist, I want to register the low-cost housing, they will tell you, oh, no, stand aside, you've got no time to play here. We are doing something serious. Then my question is only one, because it does have a department, it does have the official, it does have an MEC or the minister. I only have this. I brought this today. Just to read this from Natum Theatre together with the deputy Mrs. Nokau Maf. This is the mandate. Talk something different with what we experience in our own communities. Because there's no empowerment. They will tell you about come and audition. How can you audition a child? Because there is a Children's Act and there is a Schools Act whereby you cannot employ a child who is at school or who is underage. But they will tell you that come and audition. That audition is what? Is it an employment? Are they hiring you or are they developing you? I don't understand. But at the end, those auditions ended up discriminating one another. We're going to discriminate one another in a sense of saying that I'm a better dancer than you. You cannot compare me with kids. I'm professional and so on. Those is part and parcel of discrimination. Whilst at the Labor Department, there is no discrimination because there is an employment Equity Act that preventing people must not be discriminated in their job situation. So people, like yesterday, I was planning to go and register GFC to bring in skill developing within our community, but I failed. Why? Because I've got no money to go to the internet, say that you apply online, and that for us is costing some money because we have to go to the internet cafe, I had to pay. Right now, I'm not ashamed that I'm living out of the 350 grand. Why? Because social development is the only one that is protecting us. That is why sometimes I feel much ashamed to call myself an artist. I started to do art at the age of 14 years. I say that I obtained some money back then, 500 rand, which was too much in 1992. But it was monitored by the social workers. There was no department. But after Matiba came in as a state president, you provided with the department together with the officials, but you are still not being recognized. So I don't understand that this department is there just to create any career for somebody, or you are just there for a habit. I'm here just because I get bored, I want to be an artist. I don't have a job, I don't want to go to work, I must be an artist. People, come on. Even this year, I even forced to have a human rights day at Ruhu Community Art Center, because I even invited the Foundation of the Human Rights. We do have the human rights monitors in Davidson. I even forced them to go to the art center, saying that it's holiday, we are closed. But what does it mean, a human rights day for the artist? And number two, the Freedom Day on the 27th, what does it mean to the artist? And the worst of them all, the 1st of May, which is the Workers' Day, what does it mean to the people who practice art? So always legislation, money. No, people are not for sale here. I'm not for sale, people. I'm not here because there's 100,000, come and perform, because there's 100,000. There's the word has seen, N word for sale. I don't know how to mention that word, because the same word like K-word, which was used in the US. That's why they ended up giving them the nicknames, giving them their slave masters. So now you see most of the artists, they don't use their name, meaning that the South African Citizen Act does not count. Because the Act put it clear that all the laws that are there, they are protecting you as a citizen. So I myself, I'm a South African citizen. I do have the ID here. All the laws must protect me. But whenever into this field of art, there's no law that is protecting me. That's why I say I'm not for sale, people. You must not go and tell us about money. Tell us about the law that needed to protect us.
Thank you, Mchani. Thank you so much. The reason I allowed you to go on and on and on is because you were honest in your introduction that you arrived very late. You did not hear the presentation, and that you are not going to speak to the presentation, but raise the frustrations of art in general. My second last speaker.
Sanbonane, I'm from Fosloras Arts and Culture Forum and also Itate Abuja project. So I got 3 pointers. The first one, regarding IDP, IDP budget, I got 2018. Kuruleni Fosloras, Bogmelegenzo Art Center, Asna Art Center lapaya. Ama artists are frustrated. They only use the stadium Nakona. It's not safe for development. So, go IDP, Pumuguti 20 to 21 million a art center. But mas bega la pukne park. Abafaka imizwinke 2, bafaka into zokujima ezi3, then that's it. When we go to the legislature office in the Fosloras, Elisedi, Solunkulego, this guy has attended when it comes to this thing. So I snap proof nanama emails and stuff. You understand? So as the legislation, how can you guys help us? Because the budget may corner at center, but now let's space let's bafagi park right now. Like the park we maintain. So that means there 20 million EAP. That means I'm artist. Second point, it's a major events. Major events more apply there's no feedback, there's no acknowledgement. I have an email. Apply it before it is April. It only stated I will quote, Guti, if you didn't get a response in 2 months' time, take your application as not successful. That's how ngathi nakumelanga ibe kanjalo because I need feedback. I need to know what went wrong, where to improve. You understand? So the department that means it clearly shows doesn't care about us as well. You understand? Because we are event June 16. Okay, I postpone to August. Mele ithemba lokuthi bazokommunicate na akuna ref number akuna even noma wenze follow up abansara ama calls bengenza follow up recently there's no calls you understand because ngithole inumber yase office so angazi ukuthi ngikhulume nanobani it doesn't ngathi clearly state ukuthi after application genzakalani you understand because lama programs esifuna ukarana it's more of a development and encompassing all the art elements. The third one ngizongena ku bank because into recently ama artists engisebenza nawo and challenge ngawo the banking system already now just deprive towards a successful registration CSD ne vendor number so kune reserve account most of the time I will be recognized to get EM number as a supplier ku CSD so that you can start complying uze ku vendor number so ne banking system yasilimaza mawuthatha I gold ngiyenza example the golden account when it comes to FNB ifuna 80 to 100 rand a month right now shawa COVID akunaspan nani niyazi that's why size sinilwisa nangama relief fund ama granting aid because akunanex you understand the mali yesinkwa le I can't ukuthi ngifake lapha ukuthi abantwana badlanga endlini yeah, you understand. And when engazi nokuthi izopopa at the end of the day because nama numbers amancane no cater. So look at the banking system as a Gauteng legislature as well for our artists. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Did you say your name, ne? Thabo Khatebe from Vosloorus, yes. My chief, you're a very last speaker.
Hello. Kitlarata Olewa because I know Ricky Govile. I'm the My name is Solomon Leshavane. I'm from Tsalanan Game. I'm the founder of Tsalanan Games in Bramfisher Regency. The reason why I go vile kukulore batoka fela babu ka artistic ka na kids sports ko Bramfisher. Kina le bana from under 13, under 11, 13, 15. And it gets a lady senior team. So, Rona or a little found the ones because every year we need to buy a soccer kit, soccer ball, and everything's out on a sports. It has to be once off. Sure, every year can apply. So far, only Leva under 15 by the league, I go Bramfisher 16. So, I'm one of the businessmen around Bramfisher. What I did, no, as a community, to regard the soccer kit for one about fell by 16. Every team with soccer kit. 2012, no open space in front of my business. Kakenya di pala, kaira di traga za ka go sit of Joburg, but laban tusa by it's a ground because Cobra Fish are not ground. How can I know kids? No, somebody who regulate that land, that open space. Robert or something. And a community alwana no. Erogasin get ground, but not a guy. Agili mog to colon glim from rentlesses. But only more to regular land to go and Baruano community. So Gato Moyona says the second let's say what is happening outside. So I've been applying for this for grant. Mara, because last year it was 66,000 from the province. Because that games are this year, MMC, Riviera Copanako, Comidolens, go Federal and one of the supporters who Ndabe. I was running that because it was one of my supporters, Alland Games. The tournament that really can because Agishevile on the last year I'm sure 66 of Felarun. And now my tournament worth 800 and something thousand. Somebody it was in 12 weeks, which is 12 days. In 12 days. So someone has a one-day tournament. uthola 66. Nakuthola 66 and is 800 something thousand. Some of your staff, member ya province, they always at my ground. I get a logic by visa. But like a bus. But like 16 seats about go catering in charge 100 and something thousand. So na witness but my games not go super sport. Got 5 June, April, but what is it? So granule that event a small budget. I got a support from City of Joburg, from Hollywood bed, the Coca-Cola. But it's not enough because City of Joburg, 166, Katola 4 set Yadi kit from the other department. They always support me. But this year, because of COVID, I never seen an expense only 4. But Negere, le kadula fast, like Shepty Central for next event because our event is once a year. Thanks, Kalebo.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, our last speaker. I want to take this opportunity, colleagues, can you come back to the meeting? Because some of the issues that we have raised are going to be responded to. Some of the issues that we have raised, MEC is here, my chairperson is here, HOD is here, and her senior staff. So we're here as a portfolio committee, like my brother there at the back from Davidton was indicating. What we wanted to see was that from the policy that was presented here, you as artists who are affected directly and indirectly by the policy, what areas of policy do you want us to take out and replace with what? So that at the end of the day, when you sit and make your application and so on, you do so knowingly. I think it's you who was speaking about the bankings and so on. So that when you apply with that thing. I think you said we should focus. If we open in between January and April, we're saying we're only calling for those who are in this field. So that you don't get to apply and apply and apply with the hope that you'll get funding. I want to find out what you are doing. It's not what you are looking for at the time the application is made. So that there's that, and it becomes normal. We all know that between this time and this time, this is what they're looking for. Between this time and that time, this is what is looking. So you know and you get ready so that your tournaments do not clash with what the department is doing. You don't plan a tournament for June holiday and only to find the department is going to respond to you in September. You know that, Mina, what I want to do falls within this category. If you go to Grahamstown, we all know if you are an artist, you perform at Grahamstown Arts Festival, you know when the Grahamstown Arts Festival is coming. So if you have a production that you want to go and showcase at Grahamstown Arts Festival, you start as early as possible. Because there, people bring professional productions. So if you are coming there and you're not sure of what you are doing there, you freeze on stage. Your opportunity to go and perform Europe and so on, it's gone. If you go to Makufe, those who go to Makufe, you know when Makufe is coming. If you go to Durban July, you know when Durban July is coming. So I think, MEC, this is what artists are saying to us. Say, focus. Don't just open for the sake of opening. Focus. And one other thing that is extremely, extremely important, and this is one thing that, Chair, we must sit on the MEC and the department on. When people make these applications, generate automated response of some sort. Let them receive something from the department. We have received your application. It's in progress. Wait for this time. Don't allow them to send and there's nothing that is happening. Because really it's frustrating. And let there be a reference number of some sort. This is so that when you call in and you mention your reference number, it's easy for them to go in the system and pick up how far is your application. But for me, Chair, those are the two things that I think personally coming from this. And my brother Babuntomel, I performed when I was still paid by a t-shirt. No money, t-shirt. When I started this thing of performing. So it's not true that we don't know what we are saying here. We know exactly what we are saying. We know exactly what artists go through. And that's why Chair said, let's go and engage with artists. Long before there were stipends, long before there was National Arts Council that can put money here or there, we were paid by t-shirt. And we used to look forward to those t-shirts. We used to sleep in schools. We'll tell you, Papi. Schools, push and jam at desk. and sleep there for a community festival, for that festival, because we believed that at the end of the day will be something out of these experiences. And I'm glad that FUBA has been resuscitated, because that is one thing that has helped many of us. This one in Market Theatre lab, Market Theatre lab. So the issues that are led by people who don't know what they're talking about, no, it's not true. I did musicals, Baba. I can write a play, I can direct a play and all of those things, but that is not important for now. What is important is that you have raised your concerns. We are here to look into your concerns. The MEC is here. She's been here for the whole day. I don't know how many times she's been rejecting calls from SABC, ENCA, and so on and so forth, so that she's here and she's listening to you. And that, some of these MECs don't do these things. They're always busy, sit here 2 minutes, 3 minutes, they're gone. She's here whole day. She's going to leave when everyone else leaves. And that, for me, it's a big step that says to you, the MEC takes you serious. And we're still waiting, my brother. Go to your emails. Once you get it, please bring to our attention so that we can deal it. Thank you so much. Chairperson, I hand over to you.
No, thank you very much, Honorable Modise, and thanks to our stakeholders for your inputs and in your criticism. We take it in its own stride. We are politicians, and when we decided that we are going to serve, we knew that it comes with the territory, that sometimes you will be blamed for something that is beyond your control. But I'm happy that Honorable Modise, you will have addressed this issue of an allegation or an accusation that the sector is led by people who don't know nothing. We might be politicians in our own right, belonging to different political parties, but when committees are set up in the legislature, all of us, we are subjecting ourselves to our caucuses and we submit our CVs. How we then get deployed into these different committees is based on our skills. We might sit here, each and every one of you, and tell you where we come from. You'll be shocked. You'll think we are only politicians. But some of us, we've got experience when it relates to sports. We've got experience when it relates to arts and culture, and many others. So don't undermine us on the basis that we were elected. I've always said, when I normally chair this kind of sessions, that sometimes even to officials, they know normally when I fight with them, at least today I'm not in a fighting spirit. But when I fight with them, I always say, they think we are dumb cops. Because we get deployed by hand, we get removed by hand. They forget, or some of us are as gay, like Erbachaitu. And we also have experience, but that's for another discussion. I want us to deal with this thing differently today. I want members to make inputs. I will make an input, and then we are going to allow the MEC to guide. If she will be responding to all the issues that will have been raised, she will do that. But if there are officials that she will then point for them to respond to those particular issues, then immediately once she's done, then we'll allow Member Ndlovu to then give us the closing remarks so that we are able to done. We don't want a situation where we'll continuously then continue to engage on one matter. So I'm going to allow, I will start with Honorable Adams, if she's got, if he's got issues that he wants to raise related to today, then I'll hand over to Member Ndlovu also to do the same. Honorable Modise has already made his input. As we welcome Member Chabalala, he kept himself very busy. He kept himself very busy, but he will deal with his own issues. If he will come back from his busy schedule because of misinformation, he will come and address issues that he wants to raise. But I'm happy that he's busy so that he clarifies the misinformation that went out about the department and our ever reliable MEC. Honorable Adams.
Thank you, Chairperson. Good afternoon, everybody, all the stakeholders. Maybe just as an introduction, the fact that it has been belabored that we are not artists. I am a pastor for 35 years. I've been preaching and singing for 35 years to many congregations. I am a powerful artist. That's on a lighter note, by the way. But let me start by saying, Chairperson, the issue of red tape was mentioned, regulations and rules and bureaucracies, and I think I want to fully endorse. I think we are 27 years down the line of the road of democracy, and I want to concur. Being in the opposition benches, I've come to realize that it's very, very frustrating and difficult, MEC, for our people on the ground and those who are really trying in the nooks and corners of our communities and societies to change the lives of our people. We as politicians want to say to you, we cannot do this ourselves. We need all of you to do your part, to change and to assist the 15 million people that are in Gauteng at the moment. But we also need that reciprocation in terms of you knowing that when you want to present your skill, your gifts and your talents, your organization, your administration, that it must be recognized and taken seriously. So I want to highlight that to you, that I think the department, the MEC, us as a portfolio committee must make sure that whatever is hindering us to make sure that you become what you're supposed to be, because there are people looking up to you, that if you don't make it, they are not going to make it. You are visionaries sitting here, and we want to continue to pledge our support to you as stakeholders. The second thing that I would like to mention, Chairperson, is the issue of the intergovernmental silos that there is. And I think one of the ladies mentioned that there's no talking to each other. So you find that the municipalities, and I've belabored this point constantly, I have been a propagator constantly, saying to legislature, we must find a way where we work together. The infrastructure development department and the sports department and the social development, and everybody works hand in hand and must find a dovetail sort of setting together so that we don't work independently. That you would find that the municipality puts you out, but yet you are getting funding from the province. And that kind of thing, we must seriously look at how do we actually begin to mitigate that challenge that we have. And lastly, Chairperson, I think the issue for me is I want to encourage everybody as I give over to the Chairperson that we have called you here as stakeholders and you are selected. And you have been selected by others to be the voice of others. So it's important that you understand your being here is to take the message to the others. And let us take hands together and make it work. Because I think there is great potential that sits in front of us today. And for me, that is critically important. I thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Honorable Adams. Member Dlo.
Chair, I'm hoping ngizwakala nalemuva as said igama Thulani Ndlovu, and indeed asithatha imashansi. Nami ngake ngayozama kusikhulisa nice ngafeyila. But I still own a soccer team, an amateur soccer team. I have a group called Izindlovu Art Group. If you go around Mkuku in Alexandra, you will be told about it. We have videos we can share where you can see them singing. So, asbuyi nje abastopanga eklasini le politiki basfakela because we have little knowledge here and there. But we still need each other so that we capacitate each other even further. But Chair, what I would have only noted is that the people that are here are leaders representing communities. And I also hope even the submissions, which I took here from each and every one of them, is representing communities. You know, we once had an issue where we visited a community and we've been engaging their leaders. And when we arrived there, the community didn't know anything about what we had been engaging those called leaders about. So I'm just raising this as a caution that it's important that when we go back, we report about this thing, because I've sensed emotions which are normal in a situation like this. But also when you are building a capacity, there is a level of understanding where one as a leader ought to be at. You can't be like Tulani, Ozpumele Stratin when you are leading people. There ought to be a difference between an ordinary person, Nomuntu Oinkokeli. And Chair, all the issues that have been raised are quite critical issues. But for me, I would think what we need more is training so that we have an understanding. Most of the issues, when you listen to them, we seem to lack an understanding here and there. For example, I'll make an example of a vendor number, which seems to be one critical problem for our stakeholders. And before I joined government, in my other capacity, I was once told that I must choose whether I want to be spoon-fed or I want to work for myself. I chose politics, at least back votela bakhipha uyazi kusasa uyangena kusasa uyaphuma mawungalobiyanga kahle ngeke uhlale mawulobiye kahle uzohlala. But nathi we must have that level of wanting to grow. We are speaking about imali encane. When we all agree imali encane. Imali, by the way, will never be enough because umsebenzi enwenzayo mkhulu than imali. That's a fact. But there are people who have never even gotten a cent. My club, MEC, before I came to government, I applied 10 times. I never even gotten a cent. So I'm just saying there is that thing that we need to understand, like Tulani got 66,000. You are better. There are people who have applied 10 times. They haven't even gotten anything. So I'm saying as much as we are leaders, let's take all the points that are raised. They are correct in assisting. And as the committee, ours is to make sure that these things are raised, that are raised here, are taken into making a new policy. And our duty, obviously, is to monitor and evaluate that the things that we have agreed upon actually happens. And we try and fight this poverty, because now it's becoming poverty. It's no longer an issue of being unemployed or whatsoever. We had the record-breaking unemployment rate delivered yesterday. It's quite scary. So we even have a lot more duties to do, Chair. But for me, I think training is very key. If the department can have engagement, usually, once off Nalama stakeholders, so that usually they are taken to confidence in terms of what is happening. But moreover, understanding is what is key for everybody, because sometimes you fail and think you failed because of a certain reason, and because you are not told that this is the reason why you failed, you end up not knowing why you failed. But if you were trained that when we say after 2 months, consider it unsuccessful, after 2 months you can come and ask, why was it? I think one of the presenters did say that after 2 months you can come as Tulani and say, I just want to understand why did I fail, so that when I apply next time, I'm able to deal with those things. But if we are, Tulani is going to expect the government to come back again and say, Tulani, you failed because of 1, 2, 3. There must be a balance. It's all what I'm proposing. That as much as we say government must do one, nathi we must sibonise izifiso zokuthi no lezi zinto lezi zifuna ukuzibona zenzeka. So it's important that we also check our side. I mean, when we are in business, I'm not speaking about us now, I'm speaking about business people. When you submit a tender, a department, ungafakanga a tax clearance certificate, they don't negotiate with you. Bayigoqa bayilahle bathi awuthulana kakabi ready kuba ubusinessman, le tender yakhe ayiqualify. So it's important for uThulani also that as much as uThulani afuna business, acquire some knowledge about the business ayifunayo, so that uThulani understand ukuthi you can't submit a tender at Department of Housing unganayo CSD. So that is why for me it's training but also constant engagement, Chair. Thank you.
Yeah, no thanks, Member Ndlovu. Member Chabalala had requested that he's not going to really make an input because he was in and out of our session. Maybe what we need to do, stakeholders and MEC and the department, is to remember why we met here today. I've listened to a number of you, over 22 people who have spoken. There are those of you who have made input relevant to the granting aid strategy. When I started, I indicated that one of the key elements of this granting aid is the strategy that was adopted in 2007. 14 years down the line, we are still applying the same strategy. It's a problem. And I did not hear you necessarily speaking to that particular strategy. But some of you then made suggestions to how we then overcome the obstacles that affects us implementing that strategy. But let me just clarify one thing. There's someone who spoke about the choice of this particular venue. And Member Adams tried to also respond to that particular issue. We must remember, stakeholders, that we are still under lockdown. We are still under regulations of COVID-19. In normal circumstances, the City Hall could have been ideal. The City Hall in Johannesburg could have been ideal. Ramosa Hall in Mohlaki, Ntate Dikana, for an example, would have been ideal. But as this committee, we realized that the numbers as per the President's address will have been reduced, the indoor numbers, that we must adhere to those particular regulations. Hence, we then said it's important that we then have selected individuals, not everyone to be here, so that we also address the issues of numbers. Because I can tell you, if we're in the City Hall, tomorrow you'll be the ones that will then be accusing us as a committee that we are not adhering to the regulations because we went beyond the 250 or the 100, depending on the size of the venue. Because everybody will have wanted to come and participate and you cannot stop them. So hence we chose this particular venue. But we've heard your cries, some of you, in terms of the transport. Those are the issues that will have been dealt with internally because of our own internal processes. But there's something very important that I want to raise that I was discussing with the MEC when you were making input. Treat your art or your skill as a business. We are no longer, someone was making reference to 1994 when Mandela came into power. Remember, previously we used to have Department of Housing. Ne? Now we have Department of Human Settlement. Because in 1994, when we started this issue that relates to RDP housing, we're responding to that particular time. The issue, I know there are some of us even in this hall who does not know what the RDP stands for. They think it's a house. It's a reconstruction development plan that happened then. This is why, in short, we then said an RDP house, because we are responding to that particular challenge through that particular program, Member Adams. But when we then move into the outer years of the democracy, we then realize that you need a human settlement where it then incorporates all this other spatial planning, where you'll have your schools. Previously, you go to any township that happened between 94 and 2000, it's only houses. No schools, no facilities, you name them. Then that's when we moved on the outer years to say, but we need to change that perspective from the RDP house into now a human settlement where people can live, work. The whole issues are in one particular place. Hence, I made reference to this particular strategy that we really need to review, and that's where I want to come in. You need to differentiate between our responsibility as the legislature and the responsibility of the department. I know sometimes, and I always try and give this clarity to stakeholders. When they see me, they think I'm the deputy MEC or I'm deputizing Mbali Hlophe. Hey, I'm not. I'm not reporting to Mbali Hlophe. I'm not part of the department. In fact, it's the other way around. The department reports to this committee. Because sometimes when we make reference, we keep on saying, your department. No, it's her department. I guess I understand that, Nana. They saw at all material times, in all four quarters of the year, they come before this committee to account. In fact, we are the voice of you. No, it's fine, we'll come there. We are your voice. Whether we are not visible or we are visible, but we are your voice. That is why in our responsibility, I want to come there. That is why in our responsibility, our primary objective is on oversight, doing oversight over this particular department and public participation. This process that we are doing. Another most critical part is on lawmaking. Now there is a huge difference if you understand public policy formulation. We don't formulate policies. And it's something that I need to clarify, because in most cases, the public will look at us as those that make laws. Go and read what it entails on public policy formulation. An MEC or a minister will then, through those that are tasked with that particular responsibility, will then identify a gap within their responsibilities, that there is a gap here. We then need to have a policy that will respond to that service delivery gap that we will have identified. Then the MEC or the minister in that particular case will then present before the legislature or the National Assembly. After state law advisors will have sat down and advised them to say, indeed, there is that particular need for us to have a review on the current law or on the current policies that then dictates that as a department, in terms of your key responsibilities of social, of nation building and social cohesion, you are lacking this particular policy that needs to be implemented for government to then respond to your key responsibilities. Then it goes through the process. It starts at the National Assembly, then it goes to what we call the NCOP. Then if it's a Section 76, it then referred back to us as a portfolio committee to then do the process of what you then perceive as lawmaking. But then we look at that particular proposal from either the minister, in an instance where now it comes to what my brother at the back and also my brother there raised, that there's no law when it relates to arts and culture. But do some of you remember the Performance Amendment Bill? Does it ring a bell, ne? To most of you, the one that is now sitting with the president, it rings a bell, like, where there is an issue whether the president should he sign it into law or not. It's precisely because of there was a gap that was identified, and exactly how my brother and somebody there at the back is raising this particular issue. To say we have identified that there is a gap. Your taxes, you name them, they're all in that Performance Amendment Bill, where we then, those that are advising the president will have said to the president, possibly during the course of public participation, we did not do enough to get inputs from stakeholders. Hence, it's now sitting with the president for him to enact it into law, because it's still a bill, it's not an act. It can only be an act of Parliament once the president will then enact it, and then National Assembly will then support that enactment. So we must not say necessarily there's nothing that MEC I know will speak about. There are quite a number of acts, a number of them within our own sector, but they don't necessarily speak to performers precisely. It's what then governs what then it entails on the arts and culture component of this particular sector. So we must not necessarily say there's no act or there are no policies, because we will not have the Department of Sports, Arts and Culture if we did not have acts that then governs that particular sector. It does not work that way. So I wanted us to then explain this part of we are lawmakers. There is individual members' bills that can be introduced in the legislature that will then respond to also that gap that then gets identified. That so-and-so department, in terms of them implementing their own constitutional responsibilities, we need to then have this particular bill that will respond to that particular department implementing. That is why in the Constitution, members of the provincial legislature, members of parliament, in terms of their key responsibilities, will then say they are lawmakers. But lawmakers in the essence that Honorable MEC Mbali, before she becomes an MEC, she's an MPL, and that's what we are missing. That is why then the Constitution of our republic will say lawmaking is precisely the responsibility of an MPL or an MP. Because she's an MPL before she becomes an MEC. Similarly, it also applies to an MP. Before he's a minister, he's an MP. We know that there is that constitutional arrangement that allows the president to appoint 2 cabinet members, outside members of parliament. But we know that all of them who serves within a cabinet or within ESCO, first and foremost, they are MPs. This is why we'll then say we are lawmakers. But laws are then introduced by my colleague here on my right, and then it goes through that particular process where we'll then make our own input. So it's important that when we have this kind of discussion, we must at all material times remember that at the back of our mind. Hence, we came back to you. We've identified with the team of our researchers that supports this particular committee to say there's a gap. And one of the issues that I'm picking up that you are raising is something that is not descriptive on the current strategy that the department is working on this granting aid. Maybe I need to also explain this. A grant, it's a grant. Siyakunika, pa, it's a grant. And there is a difference between a grant and a grant in aid. We are aiding you through a grant. Because I've yet a proposal that maybe we need to sign 3 years. No. I think we need to be honest. Because if we are here as politicians, we are not going to be honest with you, it will be like we are misleading you. There's no way where the CFO will sign a 3-year contract with you. No, it's not a contract. It's a grant. But it's descriptive in nature. It's an aid. A grant that is meant to aid you. Now remember what I raised earlier. Treat your art and skill as a business. It therefore means if we give you that 66,000, simple, not simple, let me put it correctly, small as it is. But we are saying as government, this 66,000 will be able to move you to 66 million. Through how? You, yourself, it's a business. It's a reality. It's things that we need to tell the way they are. It's a grant. Now let me also explain this to you. The department, they've got 2 processes that they run. There is a grant, there is a call for them for events. So you must decide. You must, this time, we must be brutally honest with yourselves. You must decide whether you want a grant from government or you want to enter into a partnership with the department where you are going to have an event. Two completely different issues. That's why when I started, I've raised this particular issue so that you remember at all material times that this is a grant. Now, the reason why I'm raising this, I've listened to you, and CFO, the MEC was not present on Saturday. Those who were present on Saturday, you will remember what I raised when we were in Western area. The mistake that we do is to want to treat and subject a grant as if it's a contract that you enter with government. You've got BASA. Ne? You've got Gauteng Sports Confederation. Those two agencies are meant to assist this particular department to be able to reach some of its own mandates. Now, let me tell you something that I'm picking up when you are busy speaking. When you then enter into an SLA directly with the department, that's where the CFO, the 18 CFO, was adamant to say you must have a CSD, you must be tax compliant. Because the PFMA immediately kicks in. When at the back of your mind you are thinking, I'm just applying and that's it. It's because of now you are entering into a contractual obligation with a state. So you must follow all this other process. So you are now, that grant is now being subjected as if you are entering into a tender with the department. And that's where the problem comes. And that's where it comes, my sister, where you are raising issues that you will then need to have financial statements and you will need, out of the 66,000, you will need to pay that 13,000. But MEC, if we were redirecting through the strategy that we are going to amend, and I hope that member Chabalala was here, if we then amend that strategy, Mr. Maja, and acting Chief Director Pilasande, that we work with these two agencies so that we then avoid this issue of subjecting our people. Because some of you as artists, you don't want to do a tendering business with government. That's why you don't even have that CSD. It's a fact. That's why you don't even have that tax. Because what you want from us is that grant. That's it. But then we subject you to tax, to CSD, and you end up not even receiving that particular grant. Because of we are seeing you now as entering into a contractual obligation with the department. But if we're using these two agencies, you are not going to be subjected to the same processes that the department will subject you to. So it's important that, MEC, when we go back and revise this strategy, we must have that at the back of our mind. But we can't continuously speaking about one issue at the time. We were in Medlin, my sister, you are quite correct, in March 2020, about the funds that are available for this. The reason why these funds are not increasing is that we are applying the 2007 strategy, 2021. It's precisely because of that. When we were there, we said, but this money is not enough. What? It does not matter whether it's a once-off. It's not enough to get you to a level where we are saying it's enough. We funded you. Let me also make this one clear so that MEC must not, when she responds, must not make that mistake. There's no way that we can continuously fund you. Continuously. There's no way. It's a grant. We repeat that thing. So once we are able to then look at how do we then make sure that we increase this amount that we grant you so that you are able to stand on your own as a business, then we can be able to also fund others who are coming before you. Because very soon we'll be dealing with those that are not funded. But 15 million people. You are representing structures here. You know in your own structures, how many members do you have? Now you can imagine if 15 million people would have expected, I know that you might be saying, but Chair does not make sense. It can be 15 million, those who are within the sector. But let's say, argument's sake, say 1 million people. But we are funding 30 from sports, 30 from arts and culture. So you can imagine if continuously we are funding you. Remember, Ndlovu, before he became a member, he owns a soccer team. I also do. That's why I said some of the things we don't want to raise them. It's not like we've not applied into this department. We've also applied, and we also got rejections. But we understood why we got rejections from the department, because the money that is there in the kit, it's not enough to respond to everybody. So it's quite correct. Those that will have received, you must be fortunate, but receiving an amount that will not necessarily change your conditions to move to that business element that we spoke about is not going to assist. The gentleman who was sitting next to Ntatemaj made something that made sense, and somebody again also raised the same issues. To say it's high time that you need to partner. Rather than for us to give you 66,000, you can imagine if we give Ntate Dikana, because the raised thing is very important. Because this thing, there are 30 institutions funded. Okra 30 or 25 Joburg. We must tell the way it is. Okra 25 Joburg, and MEC, unfortunately, we can't blame her. So we need to change that perspective. To say, are tossen down, are 30, are divided 30 by 5. And we are able to say, Sidibeng, 6, they got. Agree through our own adjudicating processes. We are eliminating people. It's not like out of all people who are applying, all of them CSD, all of them SARS and the like. But that one, MEC, I want us to get to really move away from it. Let's partner with these two associations so that we are able to then stop this thing, yeah, CSD. This thing, yeah, SARS. So that we are able to say, now we are also addressing this issue of, you know why, there's my sister there who was saying she was called to come and sign. Let me tell you something. You know, one of the reasons why I picked up in government, don't think our officials, they don't have their route in a manner in which they are treating you. But these people are overworked. These people are, no. Let me tell you why I'm saying these people are overworked. When at the back of your mind, you are thinking there is a dedicated official who will deal precisely with the issue that relates to granting aid. It's a process that happens during that time. The same official is responsible for many other responsibilities within the department. I'm not protecting them, but I'm raising a reality. You can agree or disagree with me. Now, let me make my point very clear. But if we partner with BASA, now that member Chabalala is here, when we partner with BASA, we partner with Gauteng Sports Confederation. We reduce this situation where we are more reliable on officials of the department to do the adjudicating, to do the contractual obligations with yourselves. That issue that you raised, that the process of adjudicating takes time, it's a reality. And it's something that we've raised with the MEC, not only on the granting aid, but on many other related programs of the department. Is that application will close in June, but people will only get confirmation sometime in December. And whether you like it or not, I can assure you, and I'm talking from experience, let me tell you, and because I raised this before. I was an official before in this department. So I know what I'm talking about. Because by the time people know you became a politician before maybe you became an official. I know what I'm talking about. It becomes so difficult when Mr. Maja is a chief director. He's responsible for a number of units within his own chief directorate. And there's also this particular responsibility. So let's assist one another so that the turnaround time for your application can be attended to as a matter of agency. Because when you apply on the basis that there's a need for that particular application. Hence, I'm raising this particular issue to say, let's make sure that we don't then give them that responsibility of adjudicate, so that when there is an appeal process, you don't appeal to the same process where, the same people who are then running the same process of adjudicating. It's exactly what I'm trying to drive home here. You know that your appeal will be dealt with by the department because of there's an agency responsible on making sure that these people, they receive those particular grants on time. It's how it happens in the private sector, whether we like it or not. Hence, some of the applications that we are referring to, whether it's in Lotto, whether it's any other people who then give a grant, you'll see their turnaround time is because of they've got agencies that they will have appointed to make sure that they then attend to those particular issues. But now we are expecting our officials to then respond to all these other issues that will then derail the conclusion of that particular application. So it's something that we really need to look at. The last issue, before I allow the MEC to also speak on, I spoke at length about issues of us understanding a grant and events. Some of you who are currently doing events, I know that Maja was going to speak about this issue, the MEC. National Department, currently there's an advert on Mzansi Golden Economy. It's calling upon everybody to then start making those particular submissions. Because now I pick up it's a mistake. Because of desperation from our own business, and it's not your own doing. It's because of you are passionate about what you are doing. You then apply for granting aid, you apply for events, you apply for Mzansi Golden Economy, you apply for all these other issues. My sister raised also something very important about KEFSITA. Then you also apply there. Yes, it's within your right, and it's very important that you do that particular application. But sometimes your application is misplaced. Because once they then receive your application for granting aid, they realize that, but this application is for events. They can't redirect it. They can't. Because when you apply for a granting aid, you did not apply for an event. So we need to start being able to make a choice. Whether we are applying for granting aid, then you know that you are not necessary. And this is what I'm trying to support you who are raising this issue of CSD. I don't know whether you are hearing me. Because we need this department, on the review of their strategy, that thing must fall off completely. So that this is a grant. It therefore means once they will have applied their own due diligence, they don't necessarily need for you to have SARS because it's a grant. The only thing that they must do, and it's one of the key reasons why we are here, Dr. Nenweli, is the monitoring and evaluation part of it. Are being honest, 66,000. Some of you were talking more. Babang Bapala 66,000. By it or monitoring and evaluation is lacking the department. Has 66,000 it take a store for live rich. No, we must say things the way they are. They are not meant. I'm not saying all of you, Limgut and Sharp. There are some. Because of they realize that loophole. Or no, I can apply, I can CSD, I can all these other things that they want. But that workshops that the department refers to, I now say that workshop. It's a reality. We know, because normally, they know we fight with them. Monitoring and evaluation. That's why when the MEC spoke and the officials spoke, especially 18 CFO, raised this issue of monitoring and evaluation, or we've realized that we are lacking that element and we are going to improve. So one of the things that we said, one area that you must look into, we are not saying it's wrong for you to buy a fridge and no. Hear me correctly. Because when at the back of your mind, you are thinking or no, because as an artist, you deserve to have this. So you get it, you use it not for its intended purposes. And that man is not precisely for you to go and buy those things. It's for you to uplift your community. That's why we need to change that perspective. If you are now in business, go to events, don't go to granting aid. It's what I'm trying to drive home here. Hence, I'm saying to you, please, there's this Mzansi online. Let's make sure. But lastly, MEC, Lorna, let's improve on this intergovernmental relations because it's coming out clearly here. There's something that we must at all times rebuild without fear. When you see us, you see one government. Haliboni local government, haliboni provincial government, haliboni national government. When we have these IGR sessions, and I know MEC, you have them, you need to start raising this with our officials in local government. For this thing of subjecting our practitioners, somebody was raising an issue last Saturday where they are requested to, as artists, they are requested to pay for utilizing a venue. You know? These are the things that we need to, that's a better way of local government to raise funds. Not taking from the poor of the poorest and saying we are generating an income for, but how on those things they happen without necessarily those people paying. We don't want to mention what are those things, but we know that we need to start having that arrangement to say, but we can't expect our artists, we can't expect that sports or run from his own pocket to uplift community. You said for Bramfish. When he needs to use a public space, he's been told, somebody regulate a public space. So instead of us assist the community, we are taking the little that the community has from that particular community. So in our IGR, we need to start having this particular engagement straight to the minister during our MINMEC engagement. That we need to start. I've raised this on Saturday and I'm going to raise it as I allow the MEC. That one of the things that makes this department to be underfunded is that we don't tell things the way they are. As this sector. Every now and then when there are cuts, I'm telling you, when there are cuts, whether national, whether provincial, treasury at the province or treasury at national level, they start looking at us. Are cut and go. But they don't see the role that you are playing. That doesn't mean, am I calling it correct? Kwa those of you that knows Kwa it started as nothing. It's now something. It's generating a lot of job opportunities for those people because somebody had an idea. Soweto festival. It started with an idea, but they've got a greater goal on achieving far beyond what people are imagining. Because our sector, it's only on the basis of events and that's it. There are quite a number of them that I can raise them. So it's high time that we need to start. When we say the priority of the 6th administration, it's on job creation. We must be able to say on MINMEC that this sector, it's one of the sectors that can generate enough job opportunities and real jobs for our own people. But if we can be able to fund them correctly. But when those funding they come, let's use them for their own intended purposes. MEC.
Thank you, Chair. As we welcome Member Shabalala, you had missed the input we're clarifying earlier to colleagues about the misinformation that has spread. So, whilst we await your public apology, we'll proceed with the rest of the session. Chair, I think lots of comments have been noted by individuals within the sector, and especially some of the challenges and concerns that they have. And I think just in echoing what members have indicated, which 150 is a little, I don't think we dispute that. But the debate, as I'm listening to it, is that there are two things that the department then gets confronted with. That currently we give 4 million towards sports and arts. And we're indicating, the CFO had also indicated, that money must be increased. Now what we're not speaking to is that increase, does it translate to more individuals coming into the system? Or does it translate to us increasing the money that is given? Because these are two fundamentally different things. So I'm saying we must be able to think about this. Both is not practical. So we must be able to face the realities and what they are. And part of the engagements that we need to sit then as government is to say, do you assist more people or you assist fewer and give them more? But that is, I just thought I should highlight that because in agreeing to a principle, we must understand the implications thereof that it will have. But the chairperson indicates an important thing, that at the end of the day, yourselves as individuals within the arts are business individuals. And I think this is important, but some of the speakers who have spoken spoke to this. Tobela indicated to it, Tsepo indicated to it. There was he's left now, who was sitting next to Shane, indicated to it. Tabiso spoke to it. There are a few of you who are having that appreciation that you ought to run yourselves as a business. Because what makes the sector to be undermined is constantly wanting to go there with begging hands. No one will take you seriously if you continue with that attitude. So I'm saying this, that we need to elevate also our own thinking and our conduct of how we treat ourselves as business individuals, so that you can be taken seriously as a sector. Because if you don't, you're not going to be able to change the attitude of society towards the arts in particular. I don't speak so much about the sports, because the sports is more professionalized and so forth, but I'm saying the arts in particular. So we can't treat ourselves as beggars. And I say ourselves because colleagues are correct here, that it might be easy to undermine politicians and you say, I love it because they voted in and so forth, they know nothing. Some of us did fine arts. So I'm saying we must not undermine people because you don't know where they come from. But the point is that difficult as the sector is, you must take yourself seriously and run yourself as a business. So I think that issue is quite critical. So even the 150 that you are given, appreciate it, it's not going to cover your whole business, it can't. But what it is, it's to give you a hand up and allow you to assist yourself to the next level. So what do we mean by that? We'll give a few practical examples. You know, when the government introduced this 350 fund, unemployment grant funds that we're giving to individuals. So media then starts doing an audit to say, how are people utilizing this fund? Is it assisting them? Are they buying more alcohol and so forth? But what was interesting, what they found is that you had some individuals who took Leo 350 and created businesses for themselves. One guy went and bought vegetables, he's selling, he's making 5,000 rand now a month. This is a person who had no money, was given that 350 by government, was able to buy stock. We are telling Isamanje, he buys more, he's earning far more than the 350. So how are you making this money to be sustainable for yourself? Because you are a business. So I'm saying that's why we must start thinking about ourselves, and the attitude we carry ourselves within must be one that is different. There are many other examples that we can give. Those who are in the events sector, you know, because we deal with events, they are cool and so forth. One thing that always saddens me is to watch how black individuals will be given a particular work to do and so forth, but then you hire from a white company because you don't have equipment. And now equipment. Another corner, it's very few black individuals with equipment. But if you would realize, more 50 rand today, okay, let's run my expenses, but I didn't keep and 20 rand and 10 fence. Now you can be able to bid for fencing because you've already got fencing. You generate money out of that. When you get money out of that, you buy a stage, you buy sound, and so forth and so forth. So you need to think about what are the sustainable measures that you need to put in place. Because it's not sustainable for you to want to live always with handouts. It's not practical. Government will not be able to do that. It can't. We can't afford it. But we are saying that there's seed funding. We must be able to assist you, but also assist us to assist yourselves. So let's treat ourselves with that professionalism that we ought to. We thought that was the one matter that we need to look into. But let me come to the issue of office space. And I'll cite an example that's given. Tabiso was at the back. And it indicates about how they've created offices for themselves, Elokshin, even in their own back room. Now, I don't understand what this fascination is with wanting to be in town. One, you're going to incur costs for you to travel. You can't afford that place. There's running costs and so forth. Why do you want to go that route? So they then create a model, which is brilliant, because it's about increasing development within the locality, but also we perform. We give each other money, we perform as and so forth. What are you doing? You're reviving the township economy. So now you're starting to create spheres for us to create businesses within the township. Because you can't think of business, and when you think of business, we all want an office in Sentin. It can't be. How are we making sure that we're developing our areas? And it goes back to what I was saying earlier. It's about how we treat ourselves and how we view ourselves. So when you view yourself and you view that as not being sufficient for you to run a business, it speaks volumes. So even in the small space that you're in, let's work together as individuals within arts, within sports, and so forth, and create so that we're able to revive the township economy. Apartheid created a township as areas to be ignored. But there's been a wave with the rise of various township entrepreneurs. You speak about the Maponyas, Banengi, who saw that there is lots of business in the township. And what is now white business doing? Your Pick and Pays are moving to the township. They're taking over EPAs and so forth, because there's lots of opportunity there, but we don't see it. We want to move and have offices in town. It can't be. But where the department can at least commit itself is to say we appreciate and acknowledge the issue of space is important and where people can work from. And perhaps Bones, because he is the chair of the infrastructure committee, we may need to look at ways of how we utilize our old schools, which are no longer functioning, that are there within our community, so that we revive them and turn them into avenues where NGOs and so forth can be able to work from. I think that is something we need to take up. I was thinking about it now as I was listening to colleagues, but I think it's worthwhile for us to explore that, so that we turn these spaces, which now are being vandalized, are riddled with crime and so forth, but turn them into avenues for economic development. So we think that is something that might be worth looking into. One of the other colleagues indicates that we had given a commitment that we're going to support artists in every corner. Indeed we do, and we stand by it. We stand by that comment. And that is why in this administration we introduced the Street Buskers program. So street buskers is just an English term for labanten batola e robotin. As you're driving in town, the young people with the talent who perform at the robots, who have for the longest time been ignored, we have identified them and said, these are young people with the talent. You think they're going to Bazogropa and so forth. They're not there for that. These are individuals who have identified the street as a platform for them to perform. And if anything, are crying out to society to say, look at us. Sikona, give us opportunities. So the department immediately began with that program. We started identifying the young kids who are performing in the streets. We've now partnered with the Caltex. Caltex is now even paying them to perform in garages. So I'm saying we're thinking out of the box. And we want everybody in the sector to start thinking out of the box, so that we don't consistently get ourselves viewed as individuals who are beggars. Yes, we have the lowest budget, indeed, but we are thinking out of the box of how do we make new monies, or how do we attract new monies on board. So I like the proposal that comes that we must be able to engage the private sector. Absolutely. We absolutely must do that, because government does not have the funds to give us imali ening. We all know what the situation is like. We have a depressed economy. We got the stats about unemployment. When your stats shows what there's more people who are unemployed, it means your tax base is going down, which means the money of government is going down. So we must understand the implications of all these things. So all of us must think out of the box. What the little that we get, how do we stretch it as much as possible? So we will certainly be embarking on that program, because we do think that is the way to go. There's also a comment that's given about the department not being felt on the ground. And I take that as a fair criticism. One of the things we did in the department, so there's two things. You've got your local government that has offices. Kunama MMC, similarly, like you have a MEC, you've got ministers who run their own departments. MMCs do not account to us. They've got a mayor, they account to their own bodies. But we work together because we're one government. Similarly, the way my ministers work and so forth. But what I take to be coming out of here is that we need to strengthen those relations, the IGR relations between ourselves, so that those who've complained about Okurulane and so forth, we really must speak to the MMCs there and see how we work together. And I think that's fair. But beyond that, is also a call to even ourselves. You know, when the 5th administration was in office, it then created corridor offices. And the conceptualization around having these corridor offices was to be able to assist individuals on the ground and to be where our touch base to communities on the ground. But what it means is that our office we need to capacitate them. So we had indicated to colleagues in the office that we'll be having a meeting with all our corridors, because we think it's important that we capacitate and we strengthen our work club, because they are the ones who are on the ground. So we need to work very closely with them to make sure with NABO, they work and function very well with the MMCs that are there. So we will strengthen that. And I do take that as a positive criticism that we need to look into. Which then touches to my next point about local economic development. You're absolutely right. Wherever we have, and I think it was mentioned by Nozi, where we work, if we have an event, whether it's in Tshwane, it's in Sidibeng, and so forth, one of the things that we always stress is that people on the ground must be able to be empowered. Even if you have a main service provider that is there, but subcontract to the people on the ground. That one is a principle that we are unambiguous about, because otherwise we're not going to be able to see the numbers. So Premier, what he does is that with all of us towards the end of the year, he says to us, okay, I want to see how much you have spent and where has your money gone. In which region has it gone? Why? Because as a government, we've taken the route to say we must prioritize Sidibeng and West Rand, because the others are metros and they're doing fairly well. But where there's issues, it's in the 2 regions. So Premier always wants to get a sense from us, I want to see your books. Give me an analysis of where your spend is going. So that is why that is a matter we cannot do without. We certainly have to ensure we prioritize those that are on the ground. Just on the issue, maybe let me touch on the last one. With regards to delays that individuals, I'll say comrades because it's comrades in the sector before I get thing. So the issues about the complaints in the sector are indeed correct, the delays rather, with regard to the granting aid, the major events and so forth. So what we did, because usually Besishi until the 4th quarter. So a 4th quarter year is next year, January to March. We used to leave that process until then. What we've said now is that we need to start a lot earlier. So you know, calendar year government is March to March. So we've now said in the 1st quarter, we must make sure we send out the advert, it gets adjudicated and so forth, so that it allows us to do that monitoring and evaluation. Because for far too long, the department has been giving Abandimali. And when you do things in the last quarter, that's when you're going to be closing your books. You don't have the time to be checking what are people implementing. If someone says, I'm going to be doing a particular show, have they been able to do that? So it also allows us from an internal point of view to be able to monitor that the money that we give out is really being spent where it's supposed to go. Because as the chair correctly indicates, historically, Abantu would take Lemali and they use it for other things. And you can't trace them, you can't do anything because you've given them the money so late. We've also not created systems internally to be tracked. So we are trying to do things better on that. But maybe let me close off by indicating that this sector is very critical for ourselves, both sports and arts. And I always say to the officials, our biggest problems are in the arts. And it's inherent, we know why, because the sector is not regulated and so forth. So there's all those issues that are a national matter we are waiting for the president to ultimately pronounce on. But in the interim, we have indicated that we must close the gap between ourselves and the sector. It's critical. But as we are saying that, we are also pleading with yourselves, because we understand what you're in the creative sector and so forth. Let's also be cautious about how we engage. You know, an artist most of the time, because we'll come to you very angry and so forth, then you understand, because but in but we're saying don't forget that the people you deal with, the officials you deal with, the politicians you deal with, are also human beings. So the way you speak to an individual don't undermine it. It will impact on how they will react towards you. So, at least let's treat each other properly. And I'm reminded because, there's a gentleman, Brian, at the back. And every session we go to, we are. And I always think it, but we must just create time for you so that you are listened to. Because out of what he's saying, yes, there's a lot of anger. But what he's just really asking for is, how can I get assisted? But nae, approach doesn't help you. So I'm saying meet us halfway so that we meet you now. Now, you are a writer. And what I can tell you is that in the second quarter, we're going to be advertising, if I'm correct, Shane, the issue of assisting emerging writers, because that is a critical component for us. We have said the culture of reading and reading has gone down in the country. We need to make sure that we promote individuals that are writers and those that can be, so that we entrench the culture of reading. So he's in a very critical sector. And there's no reason why the department should not work with him, but the approach might have been the issue. So we're saying, let's work with each other, let's strengthen our relations. I thought, let me leave it there and I'll allow the HOD and the colleagues to come in on the matters I've left. Ngiyabonga.
Thanks, MEC. Thanks, Chairperson and honorable members. I think MEC has touched on most of the items that have been raised on the ground. We take note of all the comments that have been and inputs that have been raised. When we redo our policy, we will take them into account and ensure that we incorporate most of the inputs that have been suggested here on the floor. They were valuable inputs that were put in here, and we won't forget them. We will just incorporate them, and towards the end of the last quarter, we will come back and engage with our stakeholders so that we can go through the amended policy as it has been alluded. I would like to then maybe take over to Dr. Shane if you have anything else to say, but I think MEC has responded to most of the questions. And I'll also ask the CFO to touch on the issues of compliance, although they've been touched on, but maybe he can just strengthen the response on the issues of compliance documents. Thank you.
Honorable MEC, Honorable Chair of the Portfolio Committee, Honorable members of the Portfolio Committee, the HOD of the department, the CFO, leaders of arts, culture, heritage, and the soon now acknowledged cultural policy, leaders of organizations and associations. Chair, ours is not long because I would like to believe your input together with the MEC's input have covered all of us. But in the main, the notes that we are receiving from the Chief Directorate are on access to facilities. So facilities in terms of performances, offices, and information. But the other critical issue that was raised is around the issues of the arm's length principle. That 1998 Gauteng Arts and Culture Council, it was the artists that said, you want your affairs to be managed by yourself, that you want your own peers to be in a committee that you will nominate, and that committee must look after the distribution of the resources. So it still stands as that. And therefore, if we are going to be looking at that 2007, it will be up to you as yourself as the artist, because you were borrowing that from the white paper on arts and culture in 1997, where you said government and politicians and state officials must not be closer to the allocation of resources. And that was borrowed, of course, by the model from America, because America does not have the Department of Arts and Culture. It has an endowment fund. So that fund, the artist, you get a committee, and that committee distributes the funds. And that's exactly what grant in aid is. So if we are saying you want to redo it and amend it, maybe those are some of the things that you yourself as the artist must tell us what you need to do. Outside of that, if you see with the relief fund, like the chair was saying, BASA and the Sports Council was there because we wanted a transparent and an open system away from bureaucracy. so that issues of tax and so on are no longer a discrepancy on us. So maybe we should also be looking at that. But lastly, Chair, the reason why I'm standing is on the issue of community art centers, tariffs, and access by colleagues into these art centers. So we have a grant from National. It's not much, but National has got the arts and culture, community arts and culture councils. And what they are saying is we've got now infrastructure budget and as well as programming budget. You as provinces work with stakeholders and coordinate yourself so that through the IGRs, we can say through the MEC, the HOD and municipalities, we have challenges on these particular centers, recreation centers, community halls, even school halls. We must have access to them. At some point, the discussion must also go to church spaces, where in an independent church, we can be able to access the stages, the sound system, electricity inside the churches, because churches have music and bands as well. And one of our portfolio committee members, I want to vouch that he is indeed a singer in his own right, leading a band every Sunday in Ward 98, just opposite Danny van Zyl Hall. A couple of times I've seen him perform, and I can stand for his quality. So, so with the community art centers led by National Mayor Susan Slepe, they are saying strengthen the networks. And we went to the State Theatre, to the Market Theatre 3-4 weeks ago, and colleagues will remember, where we were saying, now that we have identified through a research the 75 community art centers that are there, Gauteng has over 500 wards. There are other spaces that we have not touched on, independent spaces, alternative spaces, and so on. And others that can even go as far as accessing municipal cemeteries that are no longer being used. They are now using it as entertainment spaces. There was a show that is called The Extraordinary Man outside in Winterfell that was supposed to open last week Friday at 5 o'clock. We were intending to travel all the way to go watch it in an alternative space where two houses adjacent to each other have been booked, and a show for only 30 people was going to be done there by Paul Grootboom. So the reason why we are interested in those alternative spaces is, are they experiential or you want to keep them permanent? Because they are permanent, then there are issues of security, parking, logistics, and so on. So we must not create informal settlement of theater spaces, because we can come in, enjoy the space. How do you keep it permanent? There are issues of logistics, servitudes, and so on that local government has to contend with. And it is our duty as policymakers to ensure that we protect you to the risk that we can envisage as we project what the future will look like. Does the future of the sector in 2063 give us the opportunity that we can look for new ideas and new models? Of course they do. It's there in the Africa Union paper on 2063, the arts and culture sector we imagine to see. And there we're saying the digital economy will be the new buzzword once we're done with the knowledge economy. So if you are going to be playing in the digital space, it means you need online and you need physical spaces. But our spaces will be smaller and they won't be in Sandton or in an urban space. So those are the discussions that we must have as we are trying to model our strategy around what Gauteng creative industries needs to look like to match what the vision of 2063 is going to be. So there's going to be lots of roadshow chats that we are going to have with the sector as we're trying to reimagine what the sector in the province will look like, because the pole position of being Africa's creative hub, we must maintain at all costs. I'll stop there, Chair. Thanks.
Chairperson and honorable members, Chair, a friend of mine who's a lawyer once said, every time when you speak to him, doesn't matter what you are saying and how logical it sounds, he will ask you why. Because he needs to establish the motive and the reason. Therefore, as CFOs, every time you speak to us, however logical, our first answer is always no, until we are convinced otherwise. I'm saying this because I'm supposed to talk about issues of compliance. Chair, and I think we take note of the fact that there must be better collaboration between our departments and other departments in terms of checking some of these compliance issues. I want to say and be optimistic, Chair, that we will get there at some point. But I know that I'm involved in discussions with CFOs forums and so forth with our treasuries. And I think that government is still far from that step where we've got, where at a certain point you can just send us out your proposal without having to attach all these other documents, and we can therefore be able to tap into SARS, tap into the CIPC system, tap into the CSD system. We are still far from that, from that, but I know that it is something that the entire government system is working on. So for now, Chair, we will have to tolerate the fact that indeed our colleagues will have to bear with us and ensure that we print and make sure that when we submit, all these proposals are there. Chairperson, there was quite a number of issues that was raised with regard to relaxing some of the compliance issues that we have. Like I said, Chair, it's unfortunate. One of the things, Chair, that we do not want to do, our MEC and our HOD are well known already. We don't want to make them known for other things other than the good work that they do. What happens, Chair, is that these things are legislated processes. When we relax them, we run the risk of incurring irregular expenditure, fruitless and wasteful expenditure, and unauthorized expenditure, which is not something that we want to attach to any of our leaders. So, Chair, unfortunately, I cannot say we will not require a CSD. I cannot say we will not require a Gauteng vendor number. I cannot say we will not require a tax clearance certificate. We will require them. And Chair, if they are not there, we will then raise those issues as non-compliance. I think, Chair, you've eloquently covered it together with the MEC to say we need to treat ourselves more as businesses. You know, Chairperson accused us to say sometimes and I'm saying accused, maybe it's not an accusation, it's a fact. In the previous portfolio committee, Chair said, you are giving money to the Blue Bulls. Part of the reason why those things happen is because you find that there are competing, there is a rugby team in a township, there is a rugby, and we are more inclined to want to support the rugby team in the townships. But because of this legislative requirements, you find that our Blue Bulls are better equipped in terms of compliance. We are opening our doors, Chair, to say, we've got corridors, we've got head office, and also we've got, if you are in head office, there is the CFO's office. We are more than willing, and I think part of what we will be doing together with Ntate Maja and Mepila Sandi is to revive the workshops where we are able to just assist you, to show you where and how you can get these documents. We know of situations where people pay thousands of rands just to register NPOs and all these things. It is not necessary. So it's just a question of getting information, and we are able to assist you. And I'm saying we will be joining the workshops that will be held, whether these are pre-application workshops or subsequent to those workshops, where we can show you and tell you how these things are done. To get a vendor number in Gauteng, you get it in 75 Fox Street, which is the Gauteng Provincial Treasury, and it takes less than 20 minutes. And this is why I'm saying, yes, it does. It does. So this is why I'm saying it is about sharing information, us sitting together and being able to share that information. So I'm going to leave it there, Chair, to say we will consider some of these issues that have been raised, but we are more than ready, and we stand ready to provide any information that may be required by colleagues to assist them to be in the compliance state. Thank you very much, Honorable Chair.
Pilar? Are you okay? We are not going to take hands, ne? Ntate Ndlovu, can you close? Others, you can have a. Agar retloya dijong agar. O tla tshwara offline le CFO for clarity. Then there are issues that raised until I will want to engage him, but not now. Let's just allow that we finalize our program, yes, and then we can be able to close. Remember, the issue of food poisoning. When you'll end up having a situation of food poisoning. Let's just allow Member Ndlovu, and then we can be able to move.
Asibonge sihlalo. Sizile sikhulumile silalelene, nanoma at some point bekunzima. Bengicela ningilaleleni, it's just for 1 minute. Mina la ngibuya khona bathi ukulalela is a skill, and is a skill that you can utilize now phambili. But if you lose something, you will go and tell the people that you are representing something else. It's fana nokhawula omunye umuntu akhuluma. It's a sign of disrespect. Ukuthi mawukhuluma umunye umuntu ahawule icabange mabangayenza kuwe, how will it make you feel? But I'm not here for that. I'm here to thank all of you for your participation, and to mention that your cries sizwakele, and that azingene emadlebeni avalekile, zingene emedlebeni azwayo. As you would know, some of you were with us in Main Lane last year in March. And as usual, people thought it was the end. It was not. We are here today. And even today we are saying this is not the end. We are building here, and until we are done building, we must work together. So these engagements with you, they will always be there. I'm happy that the chair has clarified, though, that we are not a department. We are a portfolio committee. We actually whip the department ourselves. So part of the things you may have raised here are going to create the problems for the department when we meet with them. That is why most of us seated in the front, when we were speaking, we were writing. So that when we meet with the department, there are questions that the department must answer to us. But on behalf of the chair and the portfolio committee, I want to thank everyone for your participation. It was such a good engagement, a building engagement, a learning curve. Wherever we go, Tina, we believe we are learning. There are new things that I learned today from attending this gathering, and I'm going to use it somewhere as a skill. And with that, I'd like to thank you on behalf of the chair, on behalf of the members of the committee, and on behalf of the legislature. And this has come to our conclusion of the roundtable discussion. Thanks, Chair. Is there any announcement, Chair? The last agenda item, for those that are like me, who wants to load something before they leave, there is a restaurant called Billy G in the vicinity. We can go there and grab something.